Good morning. Sorry, I saw something. I think a friend is searching over there.
Oh, alright.
Do not mind him.
Crusoe, you're hot miking.
Aye. Certainly weird not coming from the, medical bay in the morning.
Yes, I suppose so. You found, you said you found...
Jill, stop destroying your room.
Found a shelter way again?
Aye. Found me a home. One that was open I can afford. It's in this quadrant of the ship. You know how there's the dividing walls?
I see.
Down this quadrant. Right by where the stairs are. Directly to the right.
Good morning.
Morning. Can I get you anything?
Can I get a meat?
On it, sir. One made for you. Enjoy.
Thank you kindly.
Aye, no problem.
Do you mind if I sit here?
Please.
Hey, cutie, come on. It's fine.
See?
Fine.
It'll be okay. I believe.
Oh my goodness. Hey Jasper,
Hi.
sorry. Don't mind it, I'll pay for whatever you eat. I
gentle.
think it is
Bottle.
way too much in our face to not mind it.
Or glass.
Well, I meant it in like a financial way.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yep.
Oh. I'm pretty sure you
Quick
don't
little
have
days.
to worry about than I do.
I feel like this might be good for Sprout.
How does the day find you so far?
Aye, a little one we took in.
Quiet, at
Still
least so
learning
far,
things.
though I suppose the Chickagriff's arriving is...
Seems to really want to protect the Chickagriffs.
Well,
you could show some of that skill as of now, because they seem to be up on the prowl. Oh,
I would usually prefer a slower start to the day than that. I find that things tend to cascade.
I'm guessing you've all seen
Understandable. That
Aye,
can happen.
two ran in here.
And yourself.
We've only seen the two. I swear I saw
We'll make it.
Oh, pretty good so far.
Well,
Making
there's just
progress on my
This is the part where
crystal
they-
project.
Prank where they write one,
Need to speak with the enchantress today. Get my
the other one, the third one, they write a four.
facilities up and running.
So busy looking for the third one when there is no third one.
I'm glad to hear that it's progressing.
When
It
there's
is an
nothing
interesting
further left,
project.
we
Well,
couldn't
that's
find.
the trick. That's the
Hmm.
trick in it.
Oh,
Well, hopefully it bears fruit and provides some benefit to those who wouldn't have had it before.
Mm.
But regardless, what can we help you with, Overtar?
just a honey meat.
right on it.
How about yourself? Any special plans today?
I don't remember seeing you with two swords.
I don't have any particular errands, I suppose.
Aye, when we were landed in
If
the
Gideon
moment,
is around,
leaving,
I'd
and,
like to follow up with
actually
him,
quite
but
common that Silver is used
he's
to-
been eluding me. Well, I've been on well, and he's been eluding me.
There's actually weaker to it.
See,
So, crafted myself a
I
second
haven't
sheet,
seen him around either, so
and I went and commissioned a blacksmith.
I also need to speak with him regarding my project. Hopefully he's around.
The other part is that silver is a better material for enchanting. Most higher rank monster hunters or adventurers have better enchantments on their weapons. Therefore, they need better materials such as silver, gold, mithril, so on and so forth.
I see.
So I need to get it enchanted.
The diplomats arrive together.
You know, Gideon actually knows a wonderful enchantment for swords that automatically
Because the demon king.
repairs them. Like, so you never have to sharpen it.
That'd be nice. Morning, me lord. Morning, Gunny.
I know, I was just...
Has there been a particular difficulty that your project has been facing, or simply
Oh,
just that it takes
Just a
time?
lot of hands.
Mm.
Just a lot of different people I need to be involved, and it's a matter of getting access to them in the proper order in the proper time. So
Fair enough.
the box took quite a while to get constructed, just because the workmen needed to build their own workshop first.
You're fine.
Thank you.
I suppose
Okay,
that's
then.
reasonable.
Logistical issues. All right. Fortunately, it's not a time-sensitive project.
Mm.
No, Vail, it's not your
Oh dear.
feeling bad.
So you ask. If you want, you have to ask.
Good morning.
Good
Please.
morning. The same thing as last time. Please stop
Mm.
me.
Okay,
That's really
please.
You are okay. It's a health potion.
Is that a potion bottle she's trying to drink?
And we might as well ask the certain.
Just got out of bed.
Oh, would you like to ask the man?
might have
Excuse
slept
me.
a little
Does look like it.
If you felt
Is
that
that
a sweet kept one of your bed ritual items with you.
You know you have a job, right?
You use these to protect people, okay? When they get hurt.
From whom?
I mean, Ali.
Oh,
I suppose the alchemy store will need to be wary of that.
Hmm.
When blood.
Yes, well,
I'll make sure to hydrate,
those
thank you.
fingers are always a problem.
Mm.
I would offer my
Yeah,
song, but
that's-
I'm currently busy. But you said
cheeky.
the May,
A little bit.
the one called May.
Morning, Ted. Good morning. How's it going?
At least we don't tend to leave it unattended.
You drink?
A bit difficult this morning.
Well,
That is good.
Hmm?
it was a nice
Hey,
token.
my best.
Appreciate it.
happened?
Over here.
There you go.
Little thing.
And the things that we generally keep on display aren't,
Mm.
well, they wouldn't be harmful if someone were to
There you go, moving
accidentally
up to
imbibe
our
them.
shelf Slowly.
keep anything like that is either
Don't taste very good.
raw ingredients
People are just going
or
to be taking them around.
something that we don't keep on hand.
Oh,
Unless there's a special need.
Empty.
Looks like
Are many ingredients that you use dangerous if consumed on their own?
Getting off
You're
scot
better
free.
than Elbow, right?
quick then.
Dangerous might be an exaggeration. More than likely they give you a stomach ache, but,
Gentle.
you know, be fine.
Gentle.
Wouldn't you
And how's your
Break.
morning?
Bad one break.
You
Oh,
just
I just
wouldn't
woke up. And I'm going to
necessarily
eat
enjoy the
breakfast.
process.
in the morning?
Probably just do my normal walk. Okay.
I think that goes for most cooking ingredients too.
Yeah.
That's also true.
Just trying to make small talk.
Alchemy and cooking share a lot of
You already said no.
similarities, really.
Whoever that is, drink.
I'll grab you some more.
Alas, I've never had much of a talent for either.
I'll just leave you to it then. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. I just woke up.
Maybe one day.
Okay. Oh, good morning.
Hmm.
Said, would you like some water too? or
Everyone starts
something
somewhere.
different? I'm gonna get her some water.
Morning.
I would like some water, please.
Good morning.
Mind if I sit here?
Morning.
Pardon me, Jasper. I'll be
See?
back on the job in a minute.
Thank you. Good morning as well. So I wasn't around the other day.
Good morning.
It's fine.
Good
I've
morning.
been rather unwell myself.
Doing well.
I hope everything's been better then.
Sort of, kind of. A
Improving at least.
Walk up on the wrong side of the bed.
Oh, that's
You found a new outfit, I see.
Yes, I went to the boutique and had one made. It was a little while ago, but well, it's only about 3-4 days ago. It was, I ordered it before we landed in Ramona, and it was done by the time we basically got back onto the ship. So,
What can
You
I
want?
get?
I can go get.
made it by then.
Oh, you making tea?
Yes,
Thought I'd
or-
finally get some new clothes, since even though the old ones were still usable, people were just giving me weird looks for it.
Any sort of tea you wish.
Oh, you look great.
I
Thank
suppose
you.
Whatever to your taste.
Okay then. We'll get you a very sugary hibiscus.
Sadly, there was
Morning.
no bookstore.
Good morning.
Morning.
May I get you two anything to drink?
I'll be alright, but thank you.
Oh,
Aye,
some
no
water,
problem.
please.
Water? Coming right up.
Thank you.
Quite alright. You also seem like you've woken up on the wrong side of the bed. You carry a long face from it.
I know it was announced, but where are we landing next again? I know we're landing in the next couple days.
I've forgotten. It's to the north of where we've been. Well, north and east, I
Does
suppose.
Kilgriff also count?
Averendon, something like that. Can't quite remember how it's pronounced.
Something like that.
Sure,
It's
I'll
not a
see it
place
once I
that
go
I'm
outside
familiar
to
with.
the
Mm.
notice board. Okay. Well, exploring new places is always nice, interesting, maybe.
Here you go, friend.
Thank you.
Rather you not burn your lips on it.
Maybe we'll see something now. Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the gesture.
Aye, no problem.
Also worrying me that when I went to bed, she didn't have it. But
Maybe
when
we'll-
I woke up,
We'll
she
see
had
somewhere
it.
new.
I think
How
she
have
left
things
in
been
the
this morning?
night.
With any luck.
Nice.
A little slightly.
Mhm.
Well, the tavern
Hopefully one of the
is
perks of
open
being aboard the Kalypsia. Opportunity to see new places.
Dad, though hopefully
Hi, Maeve. Could I have some whiskey?
Ramona isn't
Aye.
I made it
a sign of what's to come, honestly.
You're free on me, aren't
Secret
you?
grapes around here.
Yes.
I think I got one.
I heard that
Hopefully we
Right.
the same illness was affecting a larger region, but I wasn't among those that investigated it much further.
Are they okay?
Why is Elden searching for you?
I know there was a group of people who split off from the ship for a little bit.
They're on the loose.
A strange
they
decision.
decided to chase. Well, at the time, they didn't know that the ship was going the same direction. Despite that,
Remember, that was the last free one.
so
That's sort of.
I got it.
Enjoy.
I
they
didn't
were just
see
doing what
anyone-
they thought was right.
I suppose.
Sorry to interrupt, Finch. I need to talk to you whenever you're free.
I'll be free here in a moment once I'm done eating.
All right.
Apology. Let me go grab it.
They are just beasts. They do not know.
You were saying though?
People, I think, didn't leave the ship that morning with. At least it didn't seem to me that they had brought things.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, they hadn't intended to disembark.
They had intended to disembark when we left the ship that day during our second day in Ramona. But it was more of an in the moment thing. Midway through the day, some folks from a neighboring town ended up coming, and they had the Blackburn as well.
best to get round to them soon.
They wanted to chase the potential bandits that had the artifact there in order to save the person's brother, despite
I felt quite cramped when I
the fact that it would take too long to get there and come back, but they wanted to do it anyways. I actually don't know what resulted of it, but, well,
Take care of them. No, I'm certain they do more
I
than
see.
enough job.
they seem to be back now, so they were able to return the artifact to Ramona, or send it
My
back.
understanding is they did not recover the artifact.
There's no
Oh,
problem
what was
Yes.
with them.
You seem to know a lot about your
Suppose
teams.
there's a problem. Like, there's no.
It was something of a long shot to begin with, I suppose.
It was.
Well, that's true.
It had been months since it was
I
stolen.
personally-
But
This is more of a
Go on.
ale and bar type of place, not the one
I
that carries.
personally can't blame them for at least attempting to do the right thing.
Yes, but then we got multiple requests.
I'd be more concerned about her upsetting her stomach.
And therefore we had to...
Obviously, it didn't mean much in the long shot, and they could have potentially missed the ship, and we would have never seen them again. But that was their choice. But they're their own people, you know.
I
Different things, even
am less
What's I see from just
confused, but I don't begrudge anyone their choice to leave the ship, but to leave behind your possessions, and also with so many of those aboard,
Well,
I would argue most of those here seem inclined to pursue the dream and the foretold result of what people have seen. If that's the case, it seems short-sighted.
It definitely was. It definitely was.
Sometimes people are just prone to chase what they see in front of them.
Chase what they think they can change rather than what they think might be something far, far off into the future.
Or at least what's more apparent.
It's like, well, the more you are out of job, the better it is.
But
Like most people don't really know how to pursue the dream exactly.
Morning, Gideon.
And then there's some who haven't even had it.
I haven't had it, but I've heard of it.
Ale? Or how about our honey mead? Alright.
Despite
It's good stuff.
what happened, what's done is done.
Take her alive. No.
And
I suppose there was the bears, but
from the looks of it, most people are back. Honestly, the one thing that did definitely surprise me was that the secretary was one of the people who decided to go.
Not something I'm too keen on exactly doing.
Indeed.
Okay for you to run around here?
Which would that technically count as abandoning his post?
Yes.
You can,
Not technically, quite literally.
if you want.
Quite literally, yes.
So I just wanted the outcome.
It's
Maybe he had his own reasons too.
But it was a little more diplomatic than many people expected.
This is why I want
Can't
to
really-
understand.
Always taking
I-
things peacefully.
That's true.
Good to hear. Maybe for that.
Though obviously the best way to understand would just be to ask them themselves.
I'm just glad that people
I've
choose
spoken to one or two.
diplomatic options.
We can
I was a little worried that
we can theorize and guess and question all we want, but unless it comes from the people themselves,
This is true.
You walk down that bridge and
doesn't mean much.
Well, growing up, I wasn't usually in situations like that, so it was definitely
Thank you for let me sit here with you.
That's what I did.
Of course.
Hey.
Can't say I was
I hope you
Seems that there's
talk
no
with
one to
Leto
talk
as
to me,
well.
so
Right. We're
Mm.
reaching
It's just something new.
I hope so as well.
the end of our shift here.
Take care.
I was actually going to discuss that idea.
Mm.
The morning, she sticks with you, and then after my shift ends,
I think
I'll take her for
perhaps
the
I'll
day.
make some rounds as well.
Night, depending on where we decide she goes, you'll be
Alright, have a good day.
Sure.
You as well.
Hello? Alright. You are getting better at this.
It won't always be like that, I assure you. I'm merely trying to prepare you for it.
After everything that people are talking about abroad, I can only assume that things are going to get far more
Right.
dauntless.
Thank you. Hope you enjoyed. Have a great day.
You have time to tell me as such.
Right,
So
no
I
problem.
suppose the experience isn't bad. Good morning, Mia. It does get better.
Good morning.
Well, what about you?
Good morning.
Hi.
You seem
Hi.
very
No problem.
Hello.
It was a
experienced.
pleasure. Hope you enjoyed.
What's your tales? Your life, Kalypsia.
What do you have
They
there?
are not hurt, they just stole it.
Ding ding.
Well, I wasn't just implying such, just simply wanted to know about your history.
on the subject, I
From medical.
You assume that
my flask as well.
Yes.
my life before the Kalypsia was
Well,
just
I
a
suppose
simple
it's not
pleasure.
particularly
Going
dangerous.
from town to town, going
You want
wherever
whiskey, I'm guessing?
What do you
the
have
most
there, Sprout?
population
Yeah,
sort of resided,
whiskey.
Right.
and playing
ding.
maybe one or two songs before I was run out of I was run out of taverns and such.
Ran out of tavern.
You know the word for this.
Never looking for the diet. Do you know
Good.
my
Very
capabilities
well.
when it comes to the
Have a great day today.
This is a potion.
Thanks. You as well.
A health potion.
You did.
Right.
Right, I forgot you did not see.
I won't
Doctor,
take it.
Could you vouch for how many instruments I was able to summon with my own magic?
I remember that.
Was it 4 or 5?
Quite the show.
Something like that.
Hmm?
You've summoned instruments? In a way. Let's just put it's just
I'm currently just
essentially
taking
I
care
am
of
able
on
to
it
carry
here.
more
We're
instruments
plenty
than
fine.
a simple
My
body
book.
would carry
And that
themselves,
too.
which is usually 1 or 2.
Morning.
Oh, my
of morning,
hand.
can I have a morning ale, please?
And as such, I
one
overstepped
step
the
ahead.
competition.
Do I want the
I
potion?
hugely and quite literally shit on
Oh.
everyone.
My hand.
Literally shit on everyone?
It'll be alright.
No.
It's mostly healed now already.
Got out this morning, so they're
I-
taking him for a walk to
A few
burn
days
off
old.
their energy.
But thank you.
Metaphor.
That's right, though. That's what it's for.
Shit on the
They got
My
competition.
ship's over. I
To
gotta go
the
gather
point
my
where
weapons
they
from
look
over
at me
in the shop.
with green envy and jealousy.
I
And
did
That's
find
something
the
where they
house
just
all
had
door.
bards
tanning
are
there,
turning
or?
towards me, swords in
No,
hand.
I used our house as
Before I
storage,
take all their
so
money.
I have now a place to move it.
Well,
Go.
I suppose one bard showing up with an entire orchestra.
Ah.
Man's
would
already
be
fucking
quite
done,
the
damn it.
competition.
It can't be.
I'm sure he won't leave you.
Thank you for your patronage. I hope you
Don't
enjoy
worry
it.
about
With witness supplier.
Sorry?
Have a great day today, Gideon.
He thought you were leaving.
Well, there's no bards here.
Well, what
Actually,
are
my
you-
company is
I'm not
So
leaving.
It's a bit safer to show it here.
Well, I
Apologies.
might be
Finish
open
your
my
conversation first.
Good morning.
Good morning, Molly.
I can finally
Good
actually
morning.
start my morning. Good morning.
Didn't
I'll be
get
waiting
the
with
local
bated breath
plague,
when it
do you?
comes.
Any of us somebody comes around, I don't think we can compare.
This is Sprout. She wants to eat both all of the things on your plate and also all of the adornments around your clothing.
What have you been up to? Or just lying in bed?
Well,
Trying to
it's all
lose
I
factors
see.
in order, considering.
Honestly,
She will
thank
try.
you.
I will keep it in mind
Saying
then.
that,
No matter.
you know what I find always helps? A second ale.
I see you've found yourself some flowers.
No bite.
No bite.
What did you say? That was hard.
Did you pick them for yourself?
Thank you very much for
A
this.
second ale always seems to help with mine. So,
Yeah, I suppose it's about time I get a beginning of the day.
Mm,
Sad?
Coming around you.
Mitt.
Thank you.
I get
Mitt.
I get another mead.
Ah,
Mm,
Aye.
mm.
Oh, what do you use the
You
other
see?
cups for? Tea or something?
He.
Oh, that's lame.
Well,
Do you know much about symbology?
Enough, I guess we could put some whiskey or rum in it.
Symbology.
Nah.
there's a marking on her arm.
Why would I ruin really good whiskey?
Mm. I'm not
Big fan of porcelain.
big on symbology.
Mm.
Nah, it's not the
Afraid.
porcelain.
To drink.
Oh, I don't think they meant in the tea. I think they just meant in the cup, but maybe.
Oh.
Oh, I thought they meant they'd fuck up my whiskey by putting tea in it. Yeah, good morning. Oh shit. Okay, never mind.
What is the symbol on her arm?
What the fuck is that?
A 10-pointed sun.
It's.
We think she's from Solasta.
Mm.
Me.
Yes?
That would make sense.
I can't
You can
remember your name.
go where you want. My ale is here.
You
Lord
should.
Prince
Considering,
something or
Okay.
other.
and considering my status, you very well should remember my name.
Free.
But all is a past, considering
How has your morning
small
been?
and frail.
Ah, thank you very much.
Fine so
Your
far.
Highness, for
It's
such
been-
graciousness.
Well, I've been in here.
You're welcome.
Mm.
Good morning, Lord.
How
Elijah.
have you
You.
been faring, Lord Elijah?
Good morning. I've been doing quite
morning.
well.
That's it.
I've been
Hectic.
taking some time to myself to train.
Some Chico Griff got out.
And it has
I
been
saw.
going
They
over
stopped
well,
by.
I'd say.
Managed
Ladies
to
and
avoid the
boys,
sickness that was
perhaps
going
if you
around.
They
want something
are-
to drink.
No,
Dealt
it's
with.
fine. Full on
Well,
plague though.
That's
right?
fortunate, at least.
They won't be
Yes, I heard about that.
Alrighty.
causing
I was
mayhem
there
again.
Underwater self-serve, so if you get
I was
thirsty.
pretty
At least for
sure
a little while. I'm not sure if they will continue
Oh my
to.
God, You got hit hard.
Mm.
I was fucked up. Like I was like coughing my lungs out and shutting my other lung out. It was bad time.
You're down to one lung now then.
Yep. Just
You should sit and eat. Don't let me keep you, just because I'm standing here.
That's fine.
Have like a morning
Alright.
mid.
I'd rather not. It dulls my senses.
I don't like sitting down much
Well,
anyway.
I prefer to leave that for nighttime or celebration when, well, after my successful escapades and heroic deeds, which I haven't achieved quite yet today, but, you know, there is still plenty
Especially
of time
with
in
my
the day.
warning for that one.
Might there be a
Mm.
chance coming soon for that then?
She tried to eat my hat.
Bandit scenario.
And, well,
I have not.
she did. Well, she also tried to eat my finger. And she did eat one of my quills.
They're supposed to deplay or something.
They planted it. But they can
I
only
see.
grow it if they have a
He does seem to understand. No, requests not to do things.
Stole the artifact and ran off. And there are plagues are popping up all over the country. You want to go do your job? Oh,
So the
both
police
of our
banned
assholes.
them.
Nah, I'm sure Jasper would
They stole the artifact, you said.
Who are you
Presumably,
pointing at?
that's what at least we were
two-man
told.
job for something that
He
can
says
easily be
no
done
bite.
by one.
The fascinating thing, trying to teach language
I don't know fully what's
and to
going on.
converse with someone who has so little.
Have a great day.
The bandits stole an artifact, and that artifact is needed.
That is usually why it is taught to children.
Hmm,
Because
I suppose.
they can learn it easier.
That sucks.
At least that's what I've heard. And children
As they should.
need to learn fast.
Right, that's a good idea.
So they learn it better.
Make her an
They have
intern.
more room, I guess, since they haven't learned much.
Pop the bottle cap, shiny one.
But yes,
Just what I've
schedule an
heard, though.
expedition
I'm not
for
sure.
people to go out, 'cause
Hmm.
they were interested. I don't think they have a
Mr.
coin.
Lord
next time we
Elijah,
ask.
may I get you a tea or water?
I am quite
She might have her own
Thank you
language
for offering.
Aye, no problem.
that she's sort of made herself.
Probably.
But, yeah. So it's pretty wild, to be honest. Fuck, I'll-
Or
bunch of
perhaps her
people
previous
left the village
owners
that were wandering
gave her
around.
Some
something.
places that could
Trying
be
to find
considered a musical instrument.
Ah,
Mm.
I'm
She
glad.
can't read or
sounds
write, I
like
don't
it
think.
didn't work out if we haven't
They found
the
our old camp.
artifact.
Good
Figured
morning.
you're speaking about
morning.
Sprout.
What are you
Hmm.
doing? You want my shoelace?
Ah, yes.
Ah,
We found her.
Mm.
She was in a cage when we were out adventuring.
Did we
A few of us
also
who
find
didn't
Dragula
board the Kalypsia,
on
you
this
know,
side?
when it departed from Ramona.
A few,
Mm.
but on that expedition in particular,
She's learning quite quick,
that's good.
but she
was,
originally
oh,
had
yeah,
shackles
she was
around
fine
her
with something
ankles.
like this.
The one around her neck has already been picked,
Oh.
but she chooses to leave it on for whatever reason.
Mm.
going theory is she's
Mm.
an escaped slave.
We've paid for her ticket, so she's coming with us now. She'll learn.
You want
Hmm.
my shoelace?
I just
That's
really
very kind of you.
for us to harbor her, but
May I get you anything to drink,
it is
Molly?
a heroic thing.
No, I am fine.
Slavery is not seen in favor
Thank
of
you,
the
that.
light in most
I
places
appreciate
No
it.
problem.
How
Encourage
have your
you.
leather's been going?
Ah, yes.
I actually need to stop by the farm later and gather all of it. I found myself a home.
Those with all the money and power to
Oh, I'm so
to
happy.
basically shit
Aye.
on everybody who doesn't,
Appreciate it.
force them to
Ah,
to do things
about
they
Sprout
may
though,
not want to
one last
do.
thing.
Yes,
If you're around her, continue your normal day today. Beasts can learn quite quick by just observing what others do and putting words to actions. So, just the more, the better.
That makes sense.
You ever wonder how you would keel haul
Appreciate
somebody
it.
with an airship?
Have a
Thank
great
you.
day today.
Kinda dangling there.
You as
And
well.
if she does anything wrong, feel free to come get me.
Like, we have enough money.
I'll come sort it out.
With the barrier, though, I think the wind would
I'm
be
sure
strong.
it'll be
I'll
just
keep that in
fine.
mind.
Well, no, like if you
I do
keel haul
too.
them, you basically
Yeah, you
tie
want
a rope
to
around them and
as
throw
we
them
said.
overboard.
We throw them
And
overboard,
usually-
but
Mm.
the wind wouldn't be
Oh,
hitting
yeah,
the ship as
yeah.
hard as the barrier.
Do we know what she is?
Yes, yes. Is the barrier just like a dome over the?
Aesthetically,
Top of
I
the ship, or
assume
does
a
it
goat.
cover
When I asked her
the-
about our
the
previous
bottom steps?
owner, she had made the illusion of horns and made a sort of
Alright,
stomping
alright,
noise,
so,
like a.
keel hauling somebody,
I think
then
both
it's
goats
gonna
and
be
horses
like
make that.
down there flapping in the wind, slamming against the
The-
wind.
Ask why, though.
Well, why would she do this if it's a horse?
This is what I. Right. But
I'm just kind of curious.
Is it a
Talking about,
bowl?
like,
Maybe a
bandits
bowl.
and-
maybe.
Bowls also do that.
I'm not sure.
There's a lot of animals that do that.
The grating is very wide apart. Anyone can fall straight through, and it leads right out of the ship.
Oh.
That's not exactly
Oh.
the key.
That sounds. But okay. Is it like
hopefully she.
a normal
Well,
person will fall through? But like
I don't have a good way to
4 foot
ask
wide
her
dwarf
more
or
specifics.
like,
I think it's a goat.
It's
would it
I'd asked her.
catch-
I
would
don't
it- would it
remember.
catch a dwarf?
It depends on the dwarf.
Still not entirely myself, I
Dwarf
suppose.
or like
these gratings are the hole is very
Yes,
big,
unfortunately, I'm
and
not
the
very good
grating
at
is made for the size of the hole,
differentiating
and it has
races.
compensating for a person.
Mm.
Like it is a big square. The
My own
Especially ones
expert.
outside of the sauna.
I believe bigger. It's actually been a bit since I was down there.
Oh yeah, no, that'll.
Like it's.
I find that
go right through.
the various shades of beastkin can be difficult because,
I
well,
believe that's where our sewage goes.
unless you know enough about the differentiations between the beasts themselves.
Don't know.
Dwarf shits. Oh.
Hey lad, this establishment
But I
where people
digress.
eat food and drink.
We will eat now.
Does it taste good?
I think it's a bar. I'm surprised there's not shit on the walls and like sticky floors.
I think I'm going to go for a walk.
They keep it a little cleaner.
Didn't
here.
taste too great now, did it?
It
Otherwise
seems
you didn't
so.
care
Would you
what
like me to join you?
I probably should go to
I've
work
not
at
seen you in a
least
while.
for a while. You're welcome to if you'd like, but
Less people.
if you otherwise have business.
Slowly, Elijah, can I help?
This silly bird flu kept me inside for a while, unfortunately.
Hmm.
I have, I think, actually.
Oh really?
It's alright.
Jasper got stabbed. Jasper got
As she
stabbed.
says
Right.
dragon.
Jasper got.
What did
Which
What did I
one's
get?
Jasper again?
That's one right there.
Right in front of you.
Oh,
She's still
that
learning.
guy. All right.
Hey,
Hey, fucking
So
Gar-
that's what-
what do you
believe it
say
or
when you
not,
meet
they're
someone?
sent in the
Oh,
the
right,
fucking
yeah.
one that's been fucking with people.
Oh,
Stabbed his ass in the
The
alleyway.
one who almost broke your sword,
There you go.
or at least tried to.
Good job.
Ah. Classic.
Well, either way, even if you aren't capable of speaking, I will still.
Is he still
introduce
captured?
myself.
Have they done anything with him?
Okay,
Yes, I heard.
am Elijah Ferrantive.
I don't think that works in the air.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Oh yes, but it's like nice and windy, so it's still like
Maybe it's a
flap up against
dragonkin.
the bottom of the
They
ship.
also
Maybe.
have-
That's why we
Well, no,
got
it's
on the
'cause-
correct
no,
conversation.
no, but they used the
He's pretty
barnacles on the
zombie.
ship to make it really rough. So
Do not
there's
be
no
scared
barnacles
by-
on the bottom
well,
of the ship.
I know
It's all
my presence is a great one.
Well, I mean,
Wood,
when
but-
you heal how somebody, it's usually them
Oh, Jasper.
drowning.
Speaking
That's
of which,
usually
any
it.
news on the
Fighting,
fucker?
yeah.
Moonstone.
Yeah, but the
But,
barnacles are
uh,
the painful
actually-
part, right?
For better or for
Yeah,
worse.
barnacles
who
will fuck
knows?
you up even faster. Well, if we just let them hang, and then in like 3 or 4 days we're going to land.
Good morning, Fen.
Remember the last you met?
Morning, Mia.
Kind too. Also kind.
Yes, I am rather kind and great. I am a hero after all.
And then landing will be very.
I will come to protect.
So now he will be.
She's enamored with horns and tails.
I was just seeing if anyone was already inside.
It's fine.
If there's not, I'll sit out here.
I will stay with you for a little bit.
You are, of course, always welcome.
Eventually I will do my own things later.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
I'm glad you are too. I might have missed you. No. As a definite.
Morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
I
Good
hope
morning.
I'm not interrupting.
No.
Not at all.
I just saw the library was open.
That's all you.
I'll talk with you later then. Unless you're coming in, but certainly.
I'll see you later. I don't want to interrupt your job.
I was just sitting outside.
I see. Well, actually, I was curious why... Well, it's your business, but I was curious. You were one of the recruits for the Sentinel, weren't you?
I was. I stepped away from them, though.
I see. Well, I suppose it wasn't a thing for you. But, still, I'm happy to know that you tried, even if it wasn't quite fitting for your, for what you were searching for. But
They're quite lacking in certain things that I was looking for. But I can still protect people in my own way.
happy to know that you haven't given up on that.
No.
But no matter. Still, I won't judge
If
you
you ever
for
need
it.
anything, I will be around.
Yes.
I live on the farm, I'm sure you already know.
Oh. Alright. So instead of the people, now you guard the plots of land over there, yes?
Yes. But I'm always willing to help out a friend. Or a neighbor.
Good to know that. But still, I did come here for a particular reason, so the open sign. I am searching for something regarding...
I'll take my leave then.
I'm not quite familiar with what it was in particular, but a creature called Kalypsia, something like that. The Stone Man. Have you got any books on that?
Is this a creature from Dwarven lands?
Indeed it is.
I see. I can take a look. I'm not sure I've seen anything on that topic in particular, but... Is it a intelligent creature?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Of course. Please come in.
Quite the collection. First time I come in here.
Hi, question for you. You just check a couple of the shelves real quick. Feel free to browse if you wish.
Very well.
Cacti. I have a question about the library. What's that?
I was just asking what's up.
Oh, yeah. One of the dwarves is here looking for Enero's character, whose name I've forgotten, is here looking for a book on, I've forgotten the name of what he described, but like a stone men thing. And I'm trying to figure out if like we'd have any bestiaries that might have a quick reference to that or anything. I can also blow him off and do a deeper search between sessions.
Cord is dying. I did not catch a single thing you said.
Enero's dwarf is here looking for a book on a type of creature that I can't remember what he called it, but he referred to them as stone men. I'm trying to figure out if there'd be anything like immediately obvious in the library about it. In bestiaries or the like.
Yeah, I imagine there would be a couple books on just miscellaneous monsters and whatnot. I don't think we have anything officially written, but if you just want to give him the book, I can talk to him after.
Okay. Thank you. This appears to be a book on various creatures. It might have the information you're looking for. I've not done a full search of it, but it might be of interest to you nonetheless.
Very well.
Let you explore at your leisure, and if you find that it's not what you're looking for, please feel free to come back and let me know, and I can do a more thorough search for you.
Very well. An encyclopedia of some kind, then.
It's a bestiary. It's a book on various creatures.
Right. Well, it seems to have quite a large variety of knowledge. What do I owe you for the book?
Nothing. You can borrow the book for a couple of days, and so long as it's returned, I won't pursue you for any charges.
Very well. I'll study it in my spare time, in that case.
I apologize, I've forgotten your name for the record.
It's Barnabas. I am one of the Sentinels.
Right, of course, thank you. I'll make sure that that's noted down and that we have the record that you've borrowed the book.
Of course. Now, I'm not quite sure I caught your name. Don't really talk with people if I don't have any business with them, but...
It's been a while.
What is your name, if I may?
Myalinthel, or Mia. A lot of people struggle with the pronunciation.
I would probably as well. Nice to know
Mia's
you, Mia.
Just fine.
Barnabas, the name. I hope to see you again.
Of course.
I mean, I will see you again, since I'll be giving back the book. But
we
around,
often,
nevertheless.
We do often carry about other business throughout the day, but if you're ever looking to return a book, you can simply return it to me. Otherwise, Finch, the Yellow Shaban, or Aether, the Neri, they're also librarians here.
I see. Well, I'll keep it in mind then.
Of course.
Now, you yourself are not knowledgeable with the term Gate of There, are you?
I'm afraid that I'm not. At least not by that name. No.
Still, I suppose it would be quite pleasant to know this. But from my basic understanding, it is a kind of treant, but obviously not out of trees. There are barely any in dwarven lands.
Is it a
That's as
actual
far as
creature, or is it a construct?
it is I would say living creature, but that would be stretching it as well. I'm not
Understood.
quite sure what to call it.
Well, I'll also do a cursory search through other things as well, but certainly feel free to review the material that I've given you and let me know if there's anything else that we can find for you.
Right. In that case, I'll do some further research on that. Been quite a while since I had to do such. I'll depart now. In that case, I think I've got everything covered here. Very well.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Apologies, I simply didn't know what this building was for. I've been working next to it for a while now.
It's a library.
Oh. I see. There's a lot more books here than back on the Eye. I guess that makes sense.
It's a decent collection, at least for general knowledge.
I do like reading. What kind of books are your favorite?
I read a variety of kinds. A lot of things I find that I will often read things that are of interest to my studies, but we have a good fiction selection as well. I've not read very many of them yet, but...
I don't think I've ever read fiction. I've read some historical texts, things on cultures from the world. Other than that, most of my reading has been through grimoires, magical studies.
I'm oft the same. Though, alas, you will find that the magical texts are probably of little interest to you.
Oh, what is that?
They're all rather elementary. I shouldn't use that word in this case. It conflates with elemental. They are general texts on concepts of magic, rather than any theoretical specificities or practicalities. For a novice or a returning learner, they might have some value, but not for one who is more adept. At least not that I've found so far.
I see. I suppose I'm a bit of a strange case. I actually didn't study the basics of my affinity. My family wanted me to jump into more advanced spells. It was very risky, but it worked out.
There is then, I suppose, the general material, should you wish it, but... I think you would not probably find anything that is of great value in learning a spell. Perhaps concepts that might be converted by those who already know them. But
I see.
none that I would give
That's
to a
okay.
self-study. Were we to be visited by one who wished to study themselves and learn a spell on their own skill and recognizance, they wouldn't likely be able to do so. At least, I would not estimate so.
That's okay. I have plenty to study in my family's grimoire. It's actually where I copy down all of the spells for what I sell over at the magic shop. I had an idea, though. Do you happen to have any cookbooks?
I honestly haven't the slightest. Finch might know better.
I see. Then I'll ask him. Thank you.
Of course.
Oh, Finch, do you happen to have any cookbooks and recipes, things of that nature?
I believe there was one. Let's see, this is the one where it's usually all of the arts.
It's our decision to advertise where you keep your repository of knowledge,
I think I saw one about cooking.
especially of advanced magics. I can't tell whether she's a fool or a liar.
Okay. There you go.
Perhaps both.
How much would it be to purchase this?
You don't really sell the books, though. If you like, Meow could probably make you a copy of it for a fee.
I can make
It's not too
transcriptions.
much trouble.
It depends on the length. If you wish for specific recipes in the length or a smaller set, if you wanted to borrow the book and notate those that are of particular interest to you, I could copy them in that order.
I suppose that would do then.
You can borrow it for now, and then in a couple of days after you go through it and see which recipes you want, you can bring it back and have those ones copied.
Alright. Thank you. And do I need to pay to borrow it?
Nope. As long as you don't damage the book.
I have no intentions to damage a book.
I know, but accidents do happen.
I'll take good care of it. Thank you.
Just be back within 2 to 3 days with it. Like 3.
Alright, I will. I'd like to talk more about reading sometime with you. You seem quite knowledgeable.
I am a scholar, so I suppose it is my trade. If you wish, you can find me.
I have to get back to my shop. Of course. Have a good rest of your day.
You as well.
Have a good day. Doesn't look like there's all too many more books that need transcribing. Just speaking of the transcribing, I guess did we have anyone who needed to return their books by today?
I don't believe so.
Don't believe so either, so we should be fine. Should just be a more peaceful day. It's good.
Indeed.
So it did, while I looked out of the window briefly, it did look like there were multiple people up on the wall on the opposite side of the ship.
Is that a problem?
No, not really. It's just a bit dangerous.
I suppose. The railings are relatively high.
Gideon. They are. Though, one of them looked like Gideon, so maybe he's testing that. Didn't he say he was gonna make a flight? sorry about that. Didn't he say that he was gonna make a flight rune of some sort? I recall him saying that previously.
He had theorized about it, but I think it would be relatively expensive.
Maybe, who knows? Either way, how long do you plan to stay in today? I just want to make sure. 'Cause obviously we don't need to be here too long.
No, we've had a number of customers come through, and I haven't seen very much more interest, but I'm sure they can find us throughout the day if they need anything more.
Mm-hmm. Usually if people need something from the library, they just find me to come open it for them. Seems to be working for people.
Yeah. I'll often sit outside for a short while in the mornings just to... in case anyone has incidental thoughts.
Show that you're there.
But
That's true.
there's no point in sitting around in a... well...
Mm-hmm. No point in wasting the day away. Though a good book does help pass time.
Certainly. I suppose I'll see you later. I'm going to take my leave.
See you later.
Oh, is there an audio zone on that now? Okay.
No more Sigurgriffs running around though?
Mia, you just missed it.
Huh?
Gideon took a, I would like to say tumble, took a nice track off the wall. Fucker managed to stay on his feet and everything, completely unscathed.
With his cloak, or simply...
his glasses?
falling? Right.
He was mentioning before that he could fall off the Kalypsia and probably survive with them on. That was obviously bullshit, so I called him out on it, you know? So, we were shooting the shit. He mentioned that he could do it. I bet him 50 silver that he couldn't, off the wall, or I bet to the tavern originally, but we couldn't figure a way up there. The fucker can fall off of a fucking wall like that and be unscathed because of those things.
I suppose
It's
there's
so
a
fucking
relative
crazy.
energy involved. I mean, if you or I were to fall, we'd likely break a limb, but it's not a fatal fall, at least. Probably. Perhaps this fall would
probably
be.
Depends on how, but he landed on his feet though, nothing,
Right, the better to displace the impact.
I guess, but wouldn't a break fall or something be bad? I don't know. It's just wild. I
what?
thought that would fucking blow your mind, but I guess not. Never mind.
I would not have, if given his glasses, thought that would likely be a
It's fine. It's no worries. Don't need to.
Sorry,
I was
I'm
impressed. Is all.
getting distracted. No, it is impressive, certainly.
Oh, actually, sorry to change this nonchalantly, but kind of maybe important. If I remember correctly, when I was speaking with you and GT, I believe her name is. I'm bad with names. You mentioned you were one of the ones who had the dream, correct?
I am. Or I did,
You've
I guess.
not been
yes.
around. You've not been around the last 2 days, but have you heard that some other people seemingly are having new ones?
No. I've been
Have you
laid
ever
up in
heard
bed
of Aetherbane
mostly.
before?
A what?
Aetherbane.
Can't think of the placement of such a word, no.
So, Finch, right? We But this is with our second night talk. The night before everyone ran off into the woods. I don't know if you knew of that either. Do you know about the diseases and all the shit that was happening?
I'm familiar with the disease and our first attempts to complete a ritual to do it, but then I was laid ill.
No, you were there for that, okay. So, fuck, there's a lot to go over then. I don't know if you want to do it now or if you want to even do it. If
I
you're
have
busy,
no
if you're
business
not,
to
I
be
can come
getting
back
to.
with it. Do you want to sit down somewhere then, or
lead on.
There's a lot of shit. Fuck. I'll do it in my garden.
All right.
Hello, you two.
Just saying hello. By the way, I think I asked before. Do you make armor?
Apologies for taking you so far away, but the tavern's out farther.
It's of no particular import either way. Hi, Sprout.
Let's go.
I hope you're having a nice day.
Sorry. She is. She's enjoying her laughs. Come on, let's nip into the business.
I do, yeah. I'm just...
Is the thing?
Feel free to take a seat wherever.
Of course. A lovely corner you've made for yourself.
So,
If it's an aloe, I can definitely work with it.
I know, I've managed to get the property for half cheap, which is nice. I had Molly help me plant all this stuff and gather the soil and whatnot.
I see.
I have to check my books and see what percentage.
But, and I'm sorry that I'm about to ramble at you for I don't know how long.
That's fine.
I understand. Take all the
So you were there for the failed
I'll
ritual,
get working on it whenever I
Mhm.
can. Or whenever you...
and you know about the artifact that was stolen by the bandits.
I am.
And if I do find any, it could potentially lead to more jobs for you.
So,
Moving boxes again, if you'd like.
a group of individuals got together, and through someone's magic, but not quite sure
only so
who,
many commissions I can take.
they managed to get a
Money is always
direction
good.
the bandits were in. A group of people got together and headed out to the woods to try and track them down and find them. But pretty quickly we learned that they were so fucking far away, and we would miss the Kalypsia if we keep traveling. So a bunch of us came back.
Right.
Mhm.
A few others kept going, though, to try and find them.
Briefly mentioned
See if they could find this artifact.
of
They came across their old camp, it would seem, after a
creating
few days.
item, should you
That's where you met Sprout.
Right.
Was within the hunter camp that they met, depending if she was trapped in a trap or something.
I see.
They freed her, and
This is
that doesn't
actually
really matter.
Mm.
very
So,
possible, should I learn more.
there they met some of the bandits,
Is there any way I can
Um,
assist you in learning that one room?
and from there,
Your hands only thing.
they got some vague directions of where their actual camp was from interrogating them. How real it is, I don't know, but they got some directions at the very least,
Finding one is rare.
which is vaguely, very vaguely, in the direction we are heading. But something they mentioned in a letter or something they found is something called Etherbane. No one knows what the fuck it is,
Gideon
right?
doesn't
But
know the
now let's flash back to the day that everyone left.
Mhm.
Two people on that night, on that day, or leading into that day, had a dream. One of them was Finch, right? He had a vision that he was on the mountain range, which we might be heading towards, or we are heading towards even. Or we suspect, at least. I suspect.
Yes.
It was some sort of cove. I don't remember the fullest details. But I think carved into the wall was the word Etherbane. The stream happened before anyone interrogated the bandit, and Finch did not go with you.
Things like illusion or
That same night, I had a dream.
two tempest rules.
Now everyone keeps blowing this off, besides one other person, which we'll get to that in a second. I think I had a continuation of the first dream.
Wait,
It was the same town, my
interesting
hometown.
You mentioned that because
The Kalypsia was no longer in the sky. It was landed.
Here, at least from what I've noticed.
There was debris, chaos. All the people were running towards my people were running towards the Kalypsia.
Potentially a
They were screaming for help or calling for help.
That's on purpose.
And eventually,
I'm one and I didn't get the dream.
I could not tell if they were boarding or not, but it kind of looked like they were. I'm not sure. But 4 people came out of the Kalypsia.
Maybe they foresaw that we didn't need it.
I'm not going to say who
Pick their favorites, I suppose.
until we get a little more, but they're people I recognize, people from here.
Okay.
There's some sort of
They came out with weapons drawn,
predestined kind of
and they were heading towards the village.
thing. I can't think of the right word. That could potentially be going on here.
I do not think they were going after people,
The dream was meant to lure people
but
who weren't.
I learned
So those without
recently,
could have
the next
already
night someone
been
else had this dream. Same fucking thing.
Some sort of
The secretary.
elaborate ploy by one of the last diviners.
They had all the same details I had. Only difference was it was their hometown instead of mine. And they saw the same 4 faces.
Subscribe myself too much to those kinds of thoughts. I just know that here.
Now we're at the point where we talked it out. I kind of...
If there's a dream with
I told a few people, but then brushed it off. Because no one fucking seemed to care. But... someone else had this dream. It wasn't just me. And now I'm trying to see if any other people had it, or if you heard anything on it, or if... I don't fucking know.
No. I was
Or just to spread the word. I don't fucking know.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've heard nothing of the matter. I've had a number of strange dreams, but I've had a fever. And that's not unusual for me.
And nothing with Aetherbane or the
No.
Kalypsia landing and all. Okay.
Perhaps of home, but nothing related.
Right.
As for yourself?
Sorry to ramble at you, but it's one of those things that I know there's some people who came here, or who I know came here because of the dream, or at least have talked about the dream more openly, and you were one of them, you and GT.
Because of the chicken cooks, or is there another reason?
So I wanted to get it out there, I suppose.
It's greatly appreciated.
Of course.
I imagine it'd be quite the pain.
Cool.
It did scare me a bit this morning.
I apologize.
I was just waiting at my door.
Do we have reason to believe that the dream that Finch had... Finch is the one on the mountain? Or he had it the one of his home,
Yes.
sorry. All right.
Finch had Mountain, the secretary in Jill, who Mandu had it when they were out in the fucking forest, so there's no, like, connection there. Like, we weren't close to each other when they had it.
If I remember correctly, they were climbing on top of each other?
So, yeah. I
Is
don't
there-
know for sure. To be honest,
Or then I give them credit for
the
it.
main reason why I connected is because it happened the same time as mine. And so when I was asking around
Yes.
about dreams, people mentioned Finch a lot of times.
Finch had one the same time frame as you.
The same night as me, he had the dream about the Aetherbane that I had the dream
Remember
about
them
the
doing
Kalypsia.
something similar for
I see.
flying creatures. Or no,
And then
climbing
from there,
creatures,
I
that's
learned
the
about the secretary. And then there's also,
creatures
and I'm not going to pretend to be a logistics person, and this might sound a little conspiratorial. It's also like our stops that we've been making. We had the one emergency stop, right? Half recently, that was almost to collect the people from the Kalypsia, it felt like.
Oh.
Then also we're stopping in relatively small towns, and I would think the Kalypsia could travel longer than a few days before needing to land.
Certainly, though...
Maybe there's some sort of food issue, I don't know though.
Well, perhaps we simply thought we could acquire more supplies in Ramona than we were able to.
It does not have
And
the
that's
muscles
true.
to, and if it did,
Perhaps, but I would have thought that we had enough to not have to stop in a moment.
also
And that's probably meaningless. And this is where the conspiracy starts to come in, so don't credit this too much, to be honest. But I mentioned this to a few people, and Gila seemed to at least be okay with the idea.
seen eels.
So we know this place is run by a curator, right? The curator or whatever. A curator, don't they like collect shit? Isn't that what they do? Or
Yeah.
at least they watch over collections?
Generally,
And
yes.
Do it in reverse.
And our first stop is a missing artifact, and then we emergently stop nearby to presumably where people might think the missing artifact is. I don't know. I know our next stop is going to be closer to where we think this artifact is. I don't know if this one might have been planned long ago, but the emergency, it's just weird to me.
An alive one.
I don't know if they want to take this artifact. I don't know if the curator, that's what he does. He curates artifacts or whatever, but I'm rambling again, so that's not important.
Didn't exactly live near too
It's
many
fine.
That's one that I just wanted to. It might just be stirring the pot at this point, to be honest. There's like not that much to lend to the theory besides I thought the stops were weird, and then more stuff came out. So I don't know.
We have a. Oh, that's racist. Never mind. I will not be.
I rarely find that less information is of more value.
There's a mermaid, at the very least. I think that's the closest I've.
Fair enough.
Actually, I heard that she wants.
But you've heard nothing, I assume, of any of these things.
I'm afraid not.
You said as much.
I've spent almost all my time in my room and a bed.
To catch you up on a few more things, then. Back to
weird, I know.
hard facts, I guess, I suppose, rather than random ramblings. When we stop again, I know that the same spellcaster who got the direction the first time will be getting the direction of the people again. And there are a group of people going out to try and encounter these bandits.
More apparent when you're specifically a mermaid.
We managed to get some of the plants off of a group of hunters that apparently had some. So we have a small amount. In fact, I actually have access to a small sample of it now that I intend to study. But after that, it's what was I saying? Right, there's a group that intends to go out and meet with the bandits. Hopefully on pleasant terms, but they are bandits that are holding an artifact that can cure plagues. So I don't know how that's going to go.
This is something that perhaps you can explain to me. Why is there any desire to be friendly towards these individuals?
I can help you look in a bit. I said everything.
Leto said
I think I said it.
that he just wants to resolve it without having to get
back your work. I'll keep you in touch about the mithril.
That is the extent of it, to my knowledge.
Yeah.
I have to find mithril first.
That being said, I think most people going are in the expectation that they may need to fight. And if they need to fight, despite what Leto thinks, they are not going to hold back when they have to. I tried to nail it into his head. Hopefully he's understanding of that fact.
I spoke with him the other day briefly on the matter. I'm sympathetic to the lack of desire for violence and wanton harm, but these bandits are responsible for at the very least endangering one town worth of citizens who seemingly have done little enough wrong. That we should treat the bandits and also that they presumably have some understanding of the nature of the artifact that they stole, and yet stole it anyways, does not speak highly of their kindness.
I do not disagree. I was not involved in the operation in the woods, admittedly. Perhaps something came up when they were talking to the bandits then.
Perhaps.
And you've heard of what happened at the church, did you?
No.
Oh. So, in the church in Ramona, did you hear people talking about the mirror, the window in the church being a little odd?
Maybe, but I was only inside the building a few moments myself.
So, seems like any Celestials seem to be the ones who could see past it, but there seemed to be some sort of illusory magic over it. Holly, not Molly, Holly,
Hmm.
decided to break a small piece off of it and found out that if you break it, the illusion does not cover it anymore.
Hmm.
So the natural response was Sed going in and fireballing the fucking window of the church. Yeah.
Okay.
So that shattered the fucking window, and apparently there was some terrifying visage on the actual mirror of the church, which the townsfolk more or less said, like, travelers get, like, disturbed when they see it, so we covered it. So there is some weirdness happening, whether it be just weird religion or whatever. I don't know how malicious it is. I think that makes maybe their findings.
Me.
Yeah, it's a fucking lot, isn't it?
It seems a rather right. This is presumably exactly. Well, it proves that they were right to have hidden it.
Yeah, that's probably fair. Yeah.
They knew that outsiders would have this reaction, and they opted to take protective measures, and when an outsider learned of it, they took dramatic and irresponsible measures.
That adds up.
Are we certain that the Kalypsia is not antagonistic in these endeavors?
Can't say that I am. Though I can say at least some good is being done by it.
Well,
when we managed to get some of the herbs, took one of these smaller ships, I think, what is his name, Kappa, and flew most of the other village, so they have more of a supply.
A worthy goal, certainly, but if your theory about the curator is correct, curators do not generally share broadly and eagerly their treasures.
That what I was kind of getting to weird. I don't fucking know. Basically, that is opinion on the matter, not the things that happened. And I could be way off. Right? I don't know. I don't think that's the thing people do.
It's hard to say for sure.
But what I've heard up such a thing to of what happens if we get aboard the Kalypsia retrieving this artifact and they take it. His response was interesting. Only that he would not let them.
The sentiment I can identify with. It seems unrealistic.
To me, it sounds like he's going to get aboard, get robbed and thrown in the nest.
I am perhaps in my anxiety prone to cynicism, but yes.
I think it's at least a little disregard. We're talking about making bandits and retrieving an artifact noble we know nothing about. I suppose. But again, as far as what happened in the woods, I was not there. That
I
either didn't
suppose.
get or I'm forgetting.
Either bane.
Keep an ear out for the word.
Finch had a dream wherein he saw the word Aetherbane. Others found a letter in a not distant location, which mentioned the same thing. After Finch had the dream, and thus presumably after someone else who wrote the letter may have had a similar dream.
Well, there was a coded letter that a group of hunters had chased off the bandits, and they seemingly took that but couldn't read it. Eventually, the bandit that the party who went out captured translated it, I suppose?
I see.
Not entirely sure.
Well, fair enough.
That was probably a few days after Nine and Finch's dream, though. Or I guess it could have technically have been before. If they chased them off, depends on how long ago it was.
Right, the timeline is at best muddied, I think. I wonder if perhaps this localization of dream disturbances might have... The dreams that we had about our homes are... they were global. Are global, I suppose. There might be a more local effect causing the situation with Finch and this bandit is all.
Perhaps. But even then, more local does not necessarily mean unrelated.
That is true.
There's also the matter of, I guess, why Finch. Especially on the same night I had one of these dreams. Different, but still similar vein. Just feels... If they were on different nights, I might have brushed off Finch, to be honest. But it being the same night, I don't know.
I think I might be similarly inclined.
Oh, and one last thing, just so you know. It seems like we have quite a few samples of the disease aboard the Kalypsia.
That is particularly foolish,
People
but...
studying it.
Yeah.
I suppose so. But having a sample of both the disease and the cure might give some information.
Yes, though we have no cure to be had should an epidemic emerge.
Well, I think should an epidemic emerge, to say it'd be incredibly unlikely. Well, I guess I don't know the surgeon. Don't know how good he is, but I assure you I am good at this sort of thing.
Fair enough. I am not an expert on
But it is
disease.
known by people who has them. It is also not incredibly contagious. It is, mind you, still contagious, but the easiest way to get it is from eating infected meat. We did also learn it doesn't just affect cattle.
No, we knew that.
Oh, did we? I was told only
Perhaps I knew that. I had a rather lengthy discussion with the mayor and the alchemists, and they told me not to tell some people some things, and then told most people most of those things.
Fair enough.
Like
the artifact in general?
I knew before the ritual. That was a secret.
That took a bit longer than expected.
I don't really know how it happened. I sort of just ended up, I guess, speaking for Kalypsia, and that was not really what was intended, and I feel like I did a rather poor job of disseminating the subsequent information.
Well, they've been going...
Holly was standing next to me, and that meant that I was friend of the chosen one or something, and it was a whole thing.
You have a lot of that, of friends with whatever one. You have friends with the Piscan who sells people for meat, stuff like that.
I suppose we'll be seeing a lot of her then.
Yeah.
Unlucky is all.
May wants to make a hammock, and that's totally fine with me.
There is a pattern emerging that is distressing.
About her, or is it all just popping noises?
Oh? Any more examples, or just the two?
Well, I suspect it's
Two,
both
but
of us.
also
Apparently she can turn into this big beast,
I guess I don't know.
It's enormous. Like, yeah, it's almost as big
I
as
feel
the
like there were
Gauntlet
others,
used to
but
be
I'm
released.
not sure. It's fine.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Rather large.
Yeah.
See. And I think with that, you're caught up.
Hmm.
Oh, just kidding. One more.
I feel
So,
comfortable here, I suppose.
the night
Also,
they
I know there are
left
some
in the woods,
residents of the
right? This was
tavern,
Yes.
I guess, that aren't exactly
the day,
privy to me.
the next day, basically after our ritual.
Use your thing here.
The party had left in the woods. We had already made it back into the city because we realized that it's so far away and we would miss the Kalypsia if we kept traveling.
Just chatting.
Apparently, a few others had dreams that night as well, but theirs was more local. So, first of all, Jill had two. One was the one I told you. And then Jill, Leto, and I believe Amet. I don't know if anyone else, but at least those three.
Wonderful.
Were having nightmares of the forest, having the trees having eyes and watching them overnight. Don't know if that means... Well, it must mean something. But it brings credence to your local situation thing.
Rather than intimidating thing, apparently.
The source of the disturbance is, I suppose, yet unknown, but presumably it's something aboard.
Sorry, what was that?
It seems logical to assume, given that it has happened over some amount of time. I guess maybe not over some amount of time. It seems not terribly unlikely that it's aboard. This disturbance, at least.
Ah, I see.
Probably. Oh, yeah.
If it's happened to people that weren't aboard, but also that were... And I suppose we were not in a distant location altogether. So if it were some number of miles and the ship happened to pass overhead, it's hard to
It was
say.
about maybe
All I know is that Lord Eli isn't
8-ish
exactly
hours
the most,
travel, I guess, difference. But that's through the forest on foot.
And I know that more often than not,
But knowing where exactly the Kalypsia was at any given time is
easier for me.
a difficult thing.
Oh, in general.
Right, the Kalypsia could have been not more than a mile or two distant, as the crow flies.
I suppose so.
It's
But
hard to
even
say.
then, that was not the night any of us on the Eclipse had the dream anyways, as far as I'm aware. Only people in the woods.
And she's not a criminal, but, you know, Eli thinks that she is.
But it's still good to know.
Well, it seems like there's a very black and white view on how things should be handled.
Certainly.
Either way, I talked to those 4 people I mentioned, the people who I recognized on the Eclipsia.
I've dealt with
None
it
of
for
them claimed
long
to
enough. I don't mind dealing with it for a bit longer.
have any connection to one. I started by bringing up like, hey, do you know this person? They're like, not
Your
really, and
intent
then
is appreciated, though.
I went from there to
Just simply want to make
Have those 4
slowly,
had
and then
the
eventually
dream?
I just told them. No, they didn't. That's like one of the things. Like, hell, even one of them just kind of. Well, the 2 I've talked to be fair, I've not seen 2 of them recently.
Mhm.
But 2 of them had not, and it was somewhat brushed off by one of them, which I guess I can't really say I blame them too much.
Give it a shot. I
mean,
won't say no.
Some people here still are kind of iffy on the dream in general, which I don't fucking know how. Everyone's talking about them.
It's...
That's not good
Yeah.
Who am I to stop you?
I suppose everyone is entitled to their doubts, but it is something of a rather spectacular worldwide phenomenon. It seems almost deliberately negligent to discard it so.
But some people also, I guess, have not spent much time in cities. I know some people haven't even heard of it before coming here, which is also kind of wild to me.
But if half of the people around you have gathered to a ship that did not exist 5 years ago because they saw in a dream.
This whole incident.
I don't know.
No, okay. Let me
That one
explain
might
the
doubt
situation
a
first.
few handful
Gideon
of
has a certain enchantment apparently that allows him to fall from great heights.
cultist zealots, perhaps. But
They had, well, fooled some
we
people
are
into
not
thinking that they could
all of
they were
us
going to
who have
achieve their
had the
own life by
dream
jumping off the wall. I assure you, they're fine.
similar.
How distasteful. Fair enough.
Very much so. Another one of the things that's been causing my headache.
I'm honestly fucking glad that someone's actually, like, not just, like, brushing it off at this point. Like, the only other
No,
person
it's
who I would
rather
seem to
alarming.
really care at all was but Jill and Ailfe.
Yeah.
But
Do you mind if I speak with
I
others
suppose
on
not
it? You said that
everyone came here because of the
spreading the word was something of an interest to you.
yes, I talked to Jill about it and we both kind of agreed. We're keeping the names of the people in the dreams a little tight-lipped.
I don't
Because we had
think
different...
that is necessarily unwise, though.
We'll try to expand if it's necessary, but otherwise, well, it'll probably just be me.
Jill is worried that if the names get leaked, then people will start to
How about you? How's your morning?
react
Any interesting things
in
you can talk
extreme
about?
manners.
Mayhaps.
I think that also comes down to what we both interpreted the dream to be.
Oh, I'm glad to hear people's days aren't as hectic as
I
mine.
saw it and thought people were getting protected by them. The people coming off were trying to help. Jill thought that they were going after the people, but he was not sure.
That's true. I've been eager to try and give myself a break lately.
Admittedly, I'm not as sure either now that he said it, but I was feeling relatively confidently until then.
I think an individual would analyze the situation differently based on the patterns and habits of their people. I suspect that my kin would not respond generously to people disembarking from a ship with weapons drawn and proceeding towards them at speed.
Perhaps, but the city was already destroyed by something.
True.
Village.
It's hard to say without having
Initially, to be
experienced it
fair.
myself.
Before talking to you and GT, fuck.
There's no need to phrase things like that. It's
My
fine.
original
It's
thought
simply-
was the Kalypsia caused
Well,
the
I mean,
destruction.
Mm.
I'm starting to not think that
No,
as
I-
much
well, I-
anymore after hearing
I
everyone's
was just trying to give you some comfort.
perspectives.
No one's really going to judge you.
But who knows?
It is.
Perhaps they were there to slaughter the masses.
Hmm.
Bads like that before.
Though I doubt the little rodent would do much.
Embarrassing to do.
I understand.
Maybe I will take it sometime.
No pressure, but I doubt anyone would judge you, so don't worry.
Shit.
As I doubt it, but though I can
I'll
calm
not
my
speak of
brain,
it.
I know in my
Ignore
my
that.
soul, I still just have that lingering anxiety regarding it.
Maybe one
Yeah.
day you can get rid of it.
But,
Your
I
brain.
think that more or less catches you up with all the
Hmm.
fuckery that happened.
Someday I'll be able to get rid of that.
If I learn anything of substance or think of anything else, I'll certainly speak with you more on it.
Please do.
And
And feel free
whatever
to
aid
mention
I
it to
might
others.
offer. Mm.
Of course.
Of course.
Always happy to talk.
But,
Oh, have a good day,
yeah.
three.
Me and Jill are cool with our names being tossed around. If it comes up,
Of course.
you know, do as you will.
Hmm.
Sorry to pull you aside.
Fine.
But,
Like I said, I have little of business to be attending to at present.
Yeah, maybe you should take care of Mia.
That's a good idea.
Yes, it is.
I do need to get some stairs installed.
Hmm. Thank you for showing me your garden as well.
I can already imagine her
It's quite nice.
Of course.
That's
Good.
exactly how I picture Mia.
All right.
Jumping off the wall with
Mm. I suppose I'll take my leave. Until later.
Of course. Have a good day.
Sorry?
Hello, Mia.
Hello.
Mia.
Are you all faring well?
We are.
Very.
I'm glad. Law. I was going to speak to Gideon about your gauntlets in a moment. I hadn't spoken with you about them in a while, and we can speak privately if you wish, but if these two are all right, then...
I mean, it's up to you.
As days, but
Interesting. I'm struggling to hear her. Give me a moment.
You were...
Yeah.
No, it's not just you.
All right.
Yeah, it wasn't just you. Oh, you were a bit low. Could you repeat that?
Maybe scoot forward a bit.
Her mouth is moving.
Yeah, perhaps you might be whispering?
I shouldn't be?
There we go.
I know it was wrong. It was because that she was...
You're close to the house, of course. Okay. No matter.
Right. But go on.
Yes, the wall doesn't like you.
Are these two all right to hear discussions on the topic? I don't want to intrude on your privacy, certainly, but...
It's fine. Most people already know about it. As a parent by my first few days here, but...
Before I speak with him, I wish to just know whether there had been any other changes to the situation since the original discussions we'd had. Only things that are of import that I know, I suppose. You needn't tell me everything.
Other than the belt that I received from Maeve to make it a little easier for me, hasn't been too many. There was one thing. Otar realized that from my elbow down, can't exactly be salvaged. Which is unfortunate, but he said there was a possibility of a runic tool fixing it. So that's my current plan. But that's for after they come off.
Alright. Well, I suppose that's fortunate in that if they already can't be... you're going to lose them, or you're going to lose the use of them.
I already have lost the use of them, apparently.
Understood.
Otar used the word dead. But...
necrotic, perhaps. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. That's helpful.
If I can be of any use, just let me know.
I
hope the conversation with Gideon goes well.
I'll find him. Yes. All right. Thank you.
Of course.
Can't be necrotic. She'd die. So not necrotic, just dead. Dead. That doesn't make sense. Lifeless? What's the word? Decrepit. Decrepit is close enough to dead. Excuse me.
We believe that maybe she had some kind of weird mana feedback, and her wind.
Is everything all right?
It's
There
alright.
was trashed in there.
They're just trying to
apparently.
They're just trying to figure out why the. Basically, the ongoing theory is that Athena's magic accidentally activated and accidentally made a mess in the clinic while she was resting from her injuries.
I see.
So they have to sort. We don't know fully what happened, but
I'm going to ask.
Wasn't
I'm going
like
to ask
yesterday,
for
but-
assistance.
Mm.
I'm going to go around this side.
to stay out of the way until I can go visit my friend and my teacher.
In the back.
Mm.
Anyway, even
Fair.
if it is we know the recent events. We do not wish to risk anything. We'll be back in a moment.
All right.
Are you occupied, Gideon?
Pardon?
Are you occupied?
No, not really.
Can we speak for at least a while?
Sure, I can talk.
I suppose we can step outside and out of the way of the healers.
Sure.
Fine.
I've been doing some additional thinking, and I was hoping that I've been trying to find you, but I've been ill, and our schedules have caused me to elude finding you. Are you still interested in assisting with the removal of Law's gauntlets?
Absolutely.
If you're
Yeah,
up
I know what you
for-
mean. I've been sick for like a week. It's been terrible.
Mhm. Perhaps something about the enclosed space. It's not enclosed, but somewhat. It's not important. There's not much in the way of developments on the case. I was reluctant to pursue the enchantment or disenchantment enchantment process myself, as I've not really handled these sorts of materials, and also I'm not an expert in the same way that you are, so I figured I would wait for you to be around. But it appears that Otar has performed an analysis that... hello?
Apologies, I had a request for Gideon.
Go on.
You were speaking first. It's okay, I can wait.
Alright. It seems that Otar has indicated that her arms below the elbows are not going to be salvaged. This is, of course, unfortunate. At least that their use has already been lost. It does, however, mean that we can be perhaps more industrious in removing them. We had initially talked about potentially trying to enchant them further, to figure out an upper limit on the amount of enchantments that could be placed on them as of now, that we might be able to infer something about the enchantments there. I had realized that... Go on, sorry.
I'm sorry. I do actually have notes on the exact amount of enchantments on it. I think it was only 4. Yeah, the I can't remember his name, but he's like
right,
a ghost
Someone
or
had
spirit or
mentioned.
something. Just kind of jammed his head in there.
That
I
makes
wrote
sense.
down what the runes were because he did like an illusion in the air. I
see.
did go find the notes, but I do know there was like a decent wiggle room to add to it.
I see. That's actually positive, because it allows... I had considered that an option might simply be to connect the runes that we write to the existing thing and invert the power rune to simply weaken the enchantment.
Yeah, I mean, that's
It
pretty
seems...
simple. That could work.
It seems naive enough that perhaps we should have thought of it sooner, but it hadn't occurred to me, really. We talked about inverting the strength rune for weakening the gauntlets themselves, which may still be of value. I'm not sure what the process of cutting through the material will be, but if negating the runes... But if we know what the runes are, then we can at least maybe infer something about their purpose.
Yes. And I know one of the runes I did not recognize. I believe it was, there was a generic intake, and then... I can't remember, I had to go look over my notes.
Mm-hmm. We can speak on them.
And I've been, like, basically dead.
Would you like to try the enchantment process today?
Yeah, we could. I haven't done any enchanting today. I'm full up on mana. I do have my good inks came in at some point.
Yes. I have materials as well, if needed.
Perfect. Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting to work on that.
Alright. In that case, I'll go to the blacksmith now. She's there. I'll let her know, and then you can get your notes and whatever you might require. I have what I will need on me. I can also take a look at that rune as well. Maybe it's something that I know, but maybe it's not. Either way. Yes.
Alright, I'll meet you there in a few after I see what...
Of course. Certainly.
Oh, there she is. Well, what she wants.
Alright, see you shortly.
See you in a few.
Should you run into her before me, please let Akane know I would like to speak with her at some point. Nothing that needs to be rushed, it can happen.
Hello again. I've fetched Gideon, and assuming you're interested, we'd like to try enchanting the gauntlets.
Sure. I don't mind.
Alright.
Just give me a few minutes.
Is
there a specific spot I should go?
I'm not sure that it matters in particular. I was just going to wait for him here. He needs to talk with someone and then visit his house to collect some notes and then, you can keep working.
If you say so, it's, no problem at all. Is it going to cost anything? Or is it just to speak on it?
For my part, the materials, if Gideon requires compensation, then we can discuss that, though I suspect he's able to come up with some delayed compensation. For my part, I'm not going to charge you.
That is very good news for me. I thank you greatly for that. Are you sure? I've been working enough to get at least some money, I don't mind. If you're helping me, it'd feel wrong if I don't help you back.
The ingredients that are required for what we're doing today are not... I'm not certain that we'll be able to remove them. The goal is perhaps that we can try one of two things, depending on the exact enchantments. Apparently, Gideon has notes on them. I didn't realize this. if we can determine the enchantment's purpose on them, then it might be possible for us to negate the strength of it. And to be honest, that your hands are already not going to be salvaged is advantageous for the more direct approach. But we might be able to negate the enchantments that are on them, which would allow for them to be removed physically, or at least significantly diminish the adverse side effects of them being removed in that way. That would not fix your problem necessarily, but frankly, I suspect you and the other blacksmiths are going to be more industrious about finding a way to remove the metal parts if we can't weaken them physically. We should probably have a blacksmith present. That's a different thing. We can talk about that after.
I am a blacksmith. Not...
Respectfully,
I understand what
unless
you
you
mean,
can
but...
guide us through taking it off, and I am not particularly handy in these things.
Right. Oh, that is a very good point. We'll see if the runes themselves can help, but if they don't, then perhaps we could grab Leto.
We can cross that bridge later. But yes.
Certainly.
Excuse me.
Do you know how long...
Oh, sorry, go on.
Take all the time you need. It was just simply asking how long you'd reckon Gideon would take.
I can't imagine more than 5 or 10 minutes. He's just... Aelfe had a request of him, and then he needs to stop by his house. But I'll be back in just a moment. I'm going to go get a glass of water.
Take all the time you need.
It is painfully dry in my room all of a sudden, I'm realizing. Okay, I need to refresh my hydration. I'll be back in a second. I should just keep a backup water bottle in my room. That would be smart of me. Alright, I shouldn't sit too close to that. I might be outside the audio zone.
If you don't mind my asking,
Go on.
Is there a reason you're so adamant on getting these off? I haven't really asked you to, or just in general, but a lot of people have been taking that initiative.
I was asked to assist.
Right. I appreciate you keeping up with that despite the lack of reminders or anything of that sort.
It's no big deal. You asked of us something, kind of. We were asked to assist, and the delay is largely due to our part, not yours.
Nonetheless, I appreciate you taking the time to help.
Why are you not being supervised?
I'm supervising her.
I see. Keep her out of trouble, will you?
She's not making
What? Are you attempting to imitate me? A great dragonkin? Do not ram into me. No. Keeper. Who is your keeper? Who do you consider your keeper? The dog, yes or no? Dead? What were you attempting? Well, I trust those. They would trust you, I'm sure. What is that in your hand currently? Noise person? Well, really, it's just a bottle full of things. Yes, it's not a person in that case. She's gonna be taking it all right. Wait, where do you sleep? Do you sleep in the Eye of Time?
With me.
Please don't be shaking that all night. I require my beauty sleep.
You sleep in the tavern, yes?
I sleep in the Eye with the rest of the
Maeve
treatment.
is in a different house than the Eye, so you will not hear her during the night.
Good. Has she been staying out of trouble today?
Yes.
I'm glad to hear.
And she is very kind. If not curious.
Yes. She seems feral but rather sweet. I'm sure in time, when she learns our, well, more common, she'll show herself to be quite intelligent. She learns fast, after all.
She does. She already is understanding people's names and how to say hi.
Yes. Do you remember what I taught you earlier, my name? Do you remember? Eli. Eli. Getting there. Eli. Yes, I have horns, yes. You have small horns. Good?
Good?
What?
You said good, so she thought it was okay too.
No, I was saying good and what...
I'm sure you're big, tough, strong dragonkin after all.
Yes, I am, but still, this is quite expensive.
I'm sure
don't
you
think
have
those are a
plenty of
rarity.
money, though, being a noble and all.
Yes, but still.
It's
She should
almost
learn
weird that I
respect.
myself aren't one.
There's the parental squad themselves.
But
Missing one.
Yeah.
I'll
He
be
did say
informed,
that.
keepers of this.
Who's the other?
Yes, I said I was
Holly
confused as
seems
to
to
why
also
she was
taking a
saying the
liking
word
to her.
good. That's...
I see.
She was asking.
That one is quite
He
energetic.
said Maeve, but also Ahmed
Say
as well.
bad if she does that.
Gotcha. Who did you say?
Or say no.
Holly?
Holly, right.
No, but that's not okay.
Did I say Molly by accident?
Yes. Preemptive
No, I
warning
just
would be
misheard you. I just didn't know that
Okay.
what you had heard.
My
Nice.
apologies,
Understood.
noble dragonkin.
Do you find antagonizing him helps?
Oh, god damn it. They got out again. Molly.
That's alright, the spell,
Oh, actually, we can get Sprout, and this is actually useful. We were thinking, since since Sprout is gonna be helping with the farm, we thought that we were gonna like show her to run behind them and like corral them.
So.
Yeah, she can corral them. Anyway, I should go, you know. Do
Yeah, you
something.
probably should.
She headbutted me before.
Stop! No, not this way.
She's learning.
Get out that way. It's in your backyard now.
Is it actually?
Should she be chasing them? Won't she eat them?
Seems fine.
No.
No, she wants to protect them.
No. Okay, well.
Ah.
Yeah.
Again.
Right.
Because they
that
woke
is-
up from whatever spell was cast on them, apparently.
That is unfortunate.
Don't suspect it was light magic then. Interesting. Suppose leave them to it.
Debating how much of a troublemaker to be. I kind of want to rub it in Eli's face that we're about to try to take the gauntlets off. Oh, Gideon's here. Damn.
So sorry that took so long.
It is what it is.
No worries at all.
Alright. So let's just quickly go back over the runes that were on the gauntlets. As you can see right here, these are the runes that I drew down. You have to remind me, it's been a long while.
Self, intake, heavy, and reverse.
It is this one here that I don't know. Because this is self, intake, and reverse. But I don't know what it's reversing.
Me. I can't remember if this is not the updated list. Damn it. I think Mia probably doesn't have heavy. You know. I'm not sure. I have similarities to a couple of different things that I've started to look into, but nothing concrete, unfortunately. Not that I can recognize at a glance, at least.
Well,
will that be an issue? Or
self-intake something reverse. So it what draws from
self-intake
her.
is likely drawing in mana. Yes, and then it's using that to as an energy source to have the reverse effect of whatever that rune is, which
Well,
if it helps at all, the only abnormal thing in regards to this is, should I ever use magic, they get heavier. That's for the most part.
oh, some kind of white rune.
Reversed?
Oh, that's a good point.
That she uses magic. Well, what are the options, I
Illusions.
suppose? I mean, not the specific kind of magic. Something that reversed would make it heavier. I would have imagined without the reversal rune a binding or something, perhaps, to, you know, should she use magic, they adhere her to the floor. But, Not going to be any of the storage or effect runes. Scope wouldn't make sense.
Okay. Follow me here. Because that is all a single slot, which gives us leftover runes. What if we piggyback off of it so that as she, because obviously it's when she tries to cast magic, it is using that mana in particular to fuel what's going on. We piggyback off of that to have a inverse strength. So the more magic she pumps into it, the weaker and more brittle it becomes actively. I mean, it becomes heavy, but you could place it on a table or something.
Would the ghost boy have been able to distinct which slots were taken?
I mean, the slotage and such is more based on, like, it's however many runes can fit on that, and that seems to be a single slot because it's just in
I suppose
enchanting terms, there's a single sentence, a single, like, this happens, therefore this.
You could have.
Rather than.
So there are 4 runes. It could be 2 separate enchantments, each of 2. But self-intake isn't very useful on its own. I guess unless they just absorb mana. And then, what, something reversed expends it into...
Yeah, but you wouldn't need to... like, there's no rend, there's no, like, connection.
No, but you wouldn't necessarily... No, it would just be a separate enchantment, something reversed.
Yeah.
But it could be multiple slots, yes. But if there were multiple slots, then I would expect the 2 runes that we do know are probably... Self doesn't make sense on its own. Self-intake does, except that taking in energy and doing nothing with it wouldn't be a very useful enchantment. Which implies to me that they're all connected. I think. I mean, unless you can think of a reason why them just absorbing... Unless some principle of mithril dissipates the energy.
Oh... It's also not pure mithril.
It's what? Mithril and steel?
Well, that's what Lolo said, yes.
Yeah.
Which... I mean, mithril is presumably for the... You're able to hold them.
I suppose, yes.
So, decent.
So, my guess... It's a mix of mithril and steel. We can probably assume roughly about the...
Sorry.
Like...
Hello?
Imbuement strength of potentially...
This is making more sense now.
Hi. What?
They want to watch the amputation.
It's not an amputation.
amputation.
It's not.
That's what you were talking about?
Yeah, taking
when you walk
things
away
off.
from a conversation saying,
No.
I'm going to cut off a woman's arms.
Not if I mean, not on purpose.
It's very concerning.
Man, it's crazy how many people would simply believe, like, the wild shit they say.
Well, I didn't believe
Do
it,
you
and then I
intend
thought,
to burn
what if he
yourself
was being serious?
when you use the forge?
No,
Can it happen?
believe it, and then
I don't burn.
Walked away, acting like it was the most normal thing, saying, "I know what
I
I'm
don't
doing,"
intend to burn
without
myself.
explaining.
That's never an
Right.
intention.
So this is yeah. So like theoretically, you know, could someone take an axe to your arms and?
So he made it worse.
No, it's not an amputation.
Because I believe.
Okay. Okay.
I promise.
As long as it's not an amputation.
It's not. No.
I was unaware of.
Okay. Actually, is amputation the most accurate? I mean, it might be the most accurate term given that we are removing those from your arm. Removal is not quite
How
accurate.
are you even gonna remove them? They're in her hands.
Yeah.
Uninstallation?
Yeah, because they do go through.
Wait, what?
They go through the hands.
They go through.
Oh yeah, no, there's a bar that pierces right through.
Okay. Then I think technically this might be an amputation. Not of your. I don't know.
As long
The
as my
goal
hand
is not
still
to
connected
remove
my
any of
body,
the
I
flesh
don't
that is
care.
presently attached to your body, except insofar as is strictly required.
That's why I wanted to stand back.
Okay. Fair enough.
Back to a quick thought I had earlier.
Okay.
Considering it is a mixture of mithril and steel, I'm going to guess, because it obviously has a higher capacity than just normal steel. We could probably assume about imbued materials worth. Probably
I
a step
think-
down from mithril.
Probably. I would expect we can get another slot, yes.
Yeah.
Certainly there's enough components and it's big enough. Unless there's hardly any mithril in there, but
Rooms we can step
if it were mostly steel, she wouldn't be able to lift her arms.
Yeah.
Unless it is a weight reduction enchantment. In which case the runes won't matter, and then we'll know, and then we can just cut it off.
Pretty strong.
Wait. Okay. Is it possible that the fact that they're so light now is the enchantment, and it is the adding of mana that is undoing that and making it heavy?
Why?
I mean, would you like to see how heavy they are?
I'm going to assume by the fact that you said that it's very heavy. Okay, never mind.
In that case, well, so, I mean, either we're going to get some runes on there, or we're not.
Yeah.
And if we're not, then we know that it has to be something related to the weight, because there's not enough mithril in there for it to be as light as it is. And if we can get stuff on there, then there is more mithril, and the rest of the runes might do something. But at that point, we're fine.
Right. Question is, what do we
else would I
put
put on there? Durability? Durability inverse wouldn't make any sense. Binding doesn't make any sense. They don't clean themselves.
Durability inverse could work though. I believe it could work if we connect it with the previous enchantment.
So if we connect it and just do durability
to piggyback
inverse.
off the mana intake.
So when she uses mana,
you
it will
can
get
supercharge
weaker?
Yes.
I mean, sure. What if we just did...
I mean,
if we can get 3... What if we check that there's a separate slot by doing a... I would love to power it externally. That way the more mana we dump into it, the weaker they'll get. At least theoretically. No, not really. It'll be limited by the... What else
That's
could be
actually
inscribed?
a good question. Is anybody else able to push mana through that to make it heavier?
I don't think so.
Is anybody else?
No.
I don't... Yeah, I don't have any... I mean...
Well, it's because from her age and perspective, I literally could be.
How? It takes mana from the wielder. Or, no, it doesn't. It takes it from the self. How are these powered?
I can only garner by myself.
Enchantment
The ghost boy
targets-
didn't mention any crystals.
Right, but...
How is what powered?
Well, so there's an enchantment on there. Now, perhaps
Yeah.
she's simply using... Oh, right, self, because it's target. It has to be. It has to be a property of them.
Okay.
And it's not strength or power, because we'd see that. I mean, I have those, so... I feel like I would have recognized those runes. So it can't be something about the strength of the thing that's powered as the item is. That she's using it is just because she's presumably stabbed. I apologize. I'm being rather insensitive. I should talk.
It's fine. Be as crude as you need to be.
If the item were to affect you, it would be wielder. Self, the item... I mean, unless it's something particularly strange. But I can't imagine what the value would be.
Sorry. Yes.
Hello.
Can you use that for a second?
Sure.
I think if we piggyback off of it, we don't need the extra slot. Is there a way that we can do an enchantment that works better if we do have the slot, and if it won't take, then we just add the connection rune and try it again? We have 2 enchanters. It should be feasible.
Let's see. Because I have power, strength, return, movement, violent, connection, intake, storage, self-wielder, and ward.
I don't have anything useful.
I mean, I just have power and line and then intake storage. Other than that, I have
You need
the
development.
light, wind, and fire.
Yeah, the domains aren't going to, I think, be of very much use here.
I don't think they would be, no.
Return can do anything.
They could be cold inverse. So they don't give her hypothermia.
Cold
Well, no.
Wouldn't really
Could I see the rune
have
again?
anything to do with the... Oh, yeah, sure.
But if they were, no. Don't think so. Nothing of wind or water that I've seen. I've seen elemental enchantments done somewhat in this way. It could be a temperature regulation. Do either of you have fire? It's not the fire
I have
rune, is it?
fire.
Is it the fire rune?
These are the runes that Kafa looked in there and saw?
Yes.
It's not fire,
It's
no.
white. Alright.
Okay.
It's
Well,
nothing I know, so...
then let's assume it's not one of the elements or domains.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look tempest.
Like, if it wasn't any element, I'd probably be able to recognize it even if I don't know it.
Mhm. I think maybe you're right. We just do connection strength, or connection strength inverse, and hope we get two more runes out of it.
Yeah, that might be our best shot. Then there still comes the, you see exactly how brittle we can push it. During
But
the time she is pushing her mana, and then...
if it's a
it
self
still might
item,
take some
what,
time to
here?
chip away at it, yeah.
I mean, may I? Just
Go
try a
on.
little mana. I'm only looking here to see if there's any effect if I can push any mana through it, or if it's tied to you somehow that it's harder to determine. Alright? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
I don't believe anything's changing.
Do they feel any heavier, or lighter, or colder, warmer?
The exact same.
So we're not going to be able to dump anything external through it then? Probably. I mean, unless we don't understand what the hell's going on, but...
Then it would still be whatever, working off of our own reserves. Which are unfortunately not infinite, so again, it might, even if we are able to get it like pretty brittle, to deal the least amount of damage to our, might be like a careful, slow thing over the course of a couple of days to properly chip away at it.
But that's an
I mean,
improvement.
or if you could just like absolutely overload it, just hit it really hard, but shatter like glass if we're super lucky.
Yeah, I mean, if we target, like, this is where the blacksmiths are more important, but presumably there's a weak point somewhere in the joints. Yes, that tends to be how these things work. It's what always breaks on my things. The joints.
Maybe.
From
looking at it, there's not a lot to work on externally. But
I mean, I could also like invert. I could also like add power to it.
Where your hands are.
But that's pushing it if we could get a full.
Well, there's no reason we
3
can't.
extra runes on it.
Mm.
Yeah, I could add it on the end, and if it doesn't take, it doesn't take.
Yeah. May as well.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right.
The
Let's do
joints
that.
here are where your hands are, so I'd want to be kind of delicate around that area.
Is it? I've never actually tried enchanting something where I
If it's
didn't
any reservation, I
write the
probably won't get
runes
the arms back.
physically connected.
You mean
Otar said something about my arms.
I mean,
From,
I can't come up with any
being
good
dead
reason
or
why
necrotic
it
or something.
wouldn't work. The physical
Well,
location
no,
of the
I mean-
runes
I
is
mean-
largely irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, Ren should.
I wouldn't know, but
the
I'm working on the
commissioner should
assumption they're not.
Do all the heavy
In
lifting
case
there,
they aren't.
assumably.
I mean, this is why it's an enlightened skill. It's worth a shot.
Definitely know we'd need a doctor on standby when they break off, because since they go through your hands, and if they are still,
I'm realizing.
Right.
they need to be cleaned and treated right away.
Do you want to get this started now?
May as well.
Alright, let me go get my inks.
Should we take this out of the forge, or?
Probably, honestly, best in the forge, because if he's going to be using tools to...
Would be nice to see.
We can do the enchantment wherever you'd like, I suppose. I mean, it doesn't.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I'm going to grab some supplies.
Even if we deprived the spectator, that would be wise. The enchantment itself isn't dangerous. Hello. We can, yes.
Well, I'm going to go get my inks, and then we're going to enchant it to piggyback off of the enchantment that's already on there, so that as she puts mana into the mana corals, instead of only just making it super heavy, it will also make it more brittle. And I'm going to try to put as many extra power runes on the brittle enchantment as I can. Hopefully they'll catch, and then that'll help us slowly chip
Do you
away
mind
at
if
it
I come
maybe.
with you real quick? I think there's 1 or 2 things that are worth mentioning.
Okay.
Sure.
I don't even know if it's
It might have already been said.
An idle concern. If we only get one more rune and we connect another strength rune.
Yes, sorry. Take care. This is probably.
Oh. Then that would strengthen it.
Try to keep her out of trouble.
She'll be plenty fine.
But only when it's. If we can exhaust her mana supply, through any means, then the enchantment will have nothing to draw from. So, we at least wouldn't be worse off if we can only get one more rune on there.
I mean, if I put the
And I suppose we could just destroy the rune.
Yeah, yeah. We'll always destroy the rune. Walk and talk.
Okay.
If
Is she not
we
coming? She's not
use
coming.
it as if we use inverse as a prefix rather than a suffix, if we do only get the one rune, the inverse will just be kind of on its own. It won't be directly attached to anything. So I think that would just be wasted. And I think that would be better than having a strengthening rune be by itself.
Probably not the best strategy here. Should I be here, or did you want to talk to Gideon alone?
I think runecrafters in general, it's probably useful.
We don't need to make that rune anymore. Athena woke up and told us that she was apparently practicing a spell in medical for some reason.
Alright. Wise. Okay. Good to know.
Perhaps an exercise for the medics. Okay.
Okay. You want the free step in?
Alright.
It's not my house.
So, I have already mentioned this to the surgeon, but I think it's important that you all know as well. Do not spread this around, because I might be wrong. It was a brief... It wasn't even a real checkup. A while ago, though, me and Otar were, talking and, looking at, discussing her arms and whatnot. As I'm sure you've been told, they go straight through her hands.
Mm.
Yes. I have reason to believe that her hands may... There is a relatively high likelihood they are no longer serviceable.
Correct. She's well aware.
They are fully... Okay, she's told you.
Mm.
Her hands are cold and dead to the touch, where her arms near that zone is. And should you do anything with this, please have the surgeon nearby, so they are ready to take any action that they need to, because we don't know what happens when they come off. Not in, the magical sense, I mean,
in the medical sense.
For example, if the hands are dead, and they are infected, that can have severe issues on her body, and that might call for pretty immediate amputation, depending on how things go and whatnot.
Of course.
I just wanted to make sure you are abundantly clear. Have the surgeon nearby when doing any attempts to remove them.
Of course.
And if they are still around, and you're doing this brittle thing, having him nearby to, one, stem the bleeding if the arms still work, which I suspect might not. But if they do, and they might start bleeding from the open wound, or if your vulnerability thing leaves shrapnel in there, we'll need to have someone working on that.
Of course.
I'm not saying it's a bad plan, I'm just saying have the surgeon.
Mm.
Other than that, I think you're doing great, and I wanted to make sure that was known and not something that was being hidden, because it probably might be vital for her survival should you get them off.
It is appreciated.
But it seems like you know most of that already, so I'm just, preaching to the choir, I suppose.
Mm.
Either way.
No,
that's
it's
all.
good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, right. So you're good to go. Got my ink, got some cleansing water. All good to go.
Perfect.
Right.
Actually, I'll just leave you to it. Seems you know.
Of course.
And I'm of no help in that.
Wish us luck.
You're still talking quietly, by the way, Gideon.
No, I'm not. Don't be crazy.
Sorry.
Ready?
Yes. The actual enchantment itself isn't going to be dangerous or anything. It is what they try to do afterwards that they're going to need to around.
You're still speaking quietly.
What the fuck? Is that better?
No. Do you hear him speaking normally?
No. It is I, Gideon.
Quite
speaking
quiet.
normally.
Hmm.
How about now?
No, I'm afraid not.
No.
Well,
Perhaps step into this random building and back out.
yes, yes. I will.
Not quite what I meant, but good enough.
We have ways around it, but if it's a major famine, it's gonna be a pain in my ass.
Yes, well, if it's a major family, then they'll have their way. Most certainly. But, nonetheless, we need to hide the collar she has on herself. I heard that she was against getting it taken off, but as soon as we land, said, I'm sure you realize, people will recognize the collar on her. People will recognize that she is likely property. And in certain places, they will
hide it.
Yes. I'm glad that we're...
I suppose we can continue. He'll catch up.
Maybe just a scarf or something else to put on.
Second Lieutenant.
Yes, Barnabas.
I'm back.
Yes, my arm got tired for a second, so...
Gideon had a momentary cough and went for some water. He'll catch up. There he is. I see.
Hello. Alright.
Your voice is sounding much improved.
Well, thank you. So, going to need maybe even just like a table, maybe some place to sit.
Table here, I suppose, if that's good enough. You could slide one of these stools over.
Yeah,
If there's a better place that comes to mind.
No, that should be fine. Just grab this. Oh, my back didn't like that. Alright. What's this? That stool's a lot smaller. You can have the really small stool.
Appreciate it.
I can't easily bend that far down. Okay.
Have all the chica grips been recovered?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
Alright.
They try to get out again.
Okay.
Would it be easier
They
to
were
remove
swiftly
the
recovered,
tongs
though,
and
and put
belt?
back.
That's
Oh,
good.
yes, actually, that would be a lot easier.
I'd like to watch. Sorry.
Of course. I will not stop you.
Alright. So first, I'm going to get a little bit of water here.
Oh, the manacles.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello again. It's good to see you on
Good
the
to
ship.
see you. Ah, yes. I just got my paperwork in for entertaining at the tavern. Well, technically the inn.
That's good. I'm glad.
Maybe once the sun goes down. And when people aren't flocking around hot metals.
Which one are you applying to this, by the way?
Going to first be applying inverse, and then
I think I saw it once back.
strength, and then I'm going to hit it with like a couple powers, knowing that it is very likely one or more of those powers are just going to completely fall off and be useless.
Right, gotcha.
And using for the strength, using inverse first as a prefix. So if we can't even get the strength on there, then the inverse is useless, and so we don't have it. So a floating strength doesn't just make it tougher.
Gotcha.
I'm glad I realized that. That would have been a really fucking stupid mistake for them to make.
Oh, man, everybody's watching me. Oh, this is...
No pressure.
Heavens. Or at least chat or something. Holy shit. Awkward
Trying to get
silences.
the room down from here so I can study it later, but a joke.
Smith is popular today, it seems.
They're helping Law.
Back on this again.
Helping get the shackles off.
Yes.
Any progress since the last time I'd heard about it?
We're
finding out.
We're going to enchant the gauntlets further than they are already enchanted. We're not entirely certain what the enchantment is that is on them now, but we think that we can piggyback off of it. And by, the hope is that we can add additional enchantment that will, in the same way as the current enchantment, in this case, help to reduce the strength of the gauntlet material itself.
Reduce the strength so you can break it off physically?
Removing it with enchantment is not really how enchantment works, so to speak. I mean, I'm sure that we could come up with a way to, for example, we don't know how much space we have, so this is the sort of minimal... In the event that we can only add 1 or 2 runes, this will still be of at least no damage, whereas other attempts would be informative, but ultimately potentially detrimental.
I'm not too keen on how runes exactly operate, but you seem to know what you're doing. And hopefully it results in them finally being able to get those off.
All materials have some amount of potential to...
Freaking tough to carve. Fucking bullshit.
All materials have some ability to maintain enchantment, though most is not sufficient enough even to retain like a single enchantment. A single rune. You can make from bone or crystal or wood a very basic enchantment, but it does very little in and of itself, and it'll often destroy the device. With more... it happens to be that they are more rare, but that's not strictly speaking the requirement. The more precious the material from a magical sense, the more the substance can handle. A lot of basic weapon enchantments require steel weapons, or sometimes you will use silver or gold, which are higher level materials. You can get infused items, which are things that are infused with magic. Perhaps a staff that was in a particularly common or a particularly significant magical nexus for a time. It metaphysically changes the I'm not sure that anyone cares. It changes the material and makes it better for runes. Okay. Sorry.
Actually,
yes.
At least from my uneducated, I guess, opinion regarding runes, what would happen if you over-inundated the shackles? Put too much runes on it? Could that...
If we were to put 100 runes on there and exert the influence required to imbue them with energy, the energy would be wasted on all but perhaps a handful.
Just wash this off.
Basically, excess runes will just not work.
It's not a physical limit in the same... well, it is...
Okay, don't move, I don't want to spill
it wouldn't
everything.
work.
Well, I suppose I'm not the one who knows runes.
It's generally accepted that, for example, mithril, which is kind of what we're working with here, it's an alloy. So, for example, mithril, you can often inscribe 3 separate individual workings, and up to 10 runes in total. But this is across all 3, not each. Whereas a silver focus would be significantly fewer. theoretically the material size, shape, purity, etc. factors into it. Generally speaking, runesmiths have a sort of shorthand for how many things can be put onto one device, but it's obviously a block of silver as large of a person is perhaps metaphysically distinct from one the size of a ring. But these nuances we generally don't think about. It's about the oneness of the thing. I don't really have a great way to describe it. It's...
Alright.
You're the one who knows the craft, and I
Mm.
don't. There's no reason to explain your trade to me.
Mm.
I'll simply trust that you know what you're doing with the situation. I was just simply.
The
giving you
infusion
an
is
informed
starting.
opinion.
Thank you, Quackers. Does anyone else have any questions?
Suppose I'm curious as to what these added
Alright,
runes are.
how many
actually
runes
doing.
get properly
Supposed
infused?
to weaken it, but
That get properly infused.
It will
6.
physically weaken the material itself.
Oh.
In the same way that a...
Oh.
Is that a good O?
something that is particularly cold...
So, I got the inverse, I got the strength, and then I got all 4 power runes. It took a whole 6.
Is that a good thing?
Well,
It
didn't
took it as if it was
to get them.
as if it was, yeah, as if it was a pure mithril. It took it. So there must be enough mithril in there for it to have just taken.
Sounds valuable.
Don't hit it against anything very hard yet.
Alright, I suppose.
The trouble is
It's not going to explode, right?
well,
Is it going to
no.
explode?
switched around. and
Probably not.
forced elsewhere somewhere.
Shatter.
Probably.
The trouble here is that I would have calculated more if I thought they were all going to work. Does one of you want to try? Well, I say one of you. You perhaps would you? The spike. Perhaps that could be attempted to be worked off of the thing to evaluate the strength of the material. I'm a little worried we
Should I
might now be
using
in the
magic
shatter
for this,
range.
or-
Let's say no. I think no. Probably not yet. We
What
need a
does the
comparative
person
test.
say?
Should she use magic? And I think the answer is no.
No. Just get the
Because it
baseline,
should be
see if
piggyback.
it's-
So if we think that probably it's not... There are one of two possibilities. Either we are correct that the enchantment is always being powered, by virtue of something about these that in their design causes that to be the case, which means you are always expending a trickle of energy to maintain their power. In that case, you'd actually want to focus more on the gauntlets themselves to channel through it, but I don't want to do that yet. I think. Unless you think it's a...
Yes. We basically enchanting is more art than science, honestly, and well, we're pretty sure we
powers to
piggybacked off of the previous enchantment to be properly piggybacked off of. It might not. It might simply have been making it more and more brittle, because that is what was desired.
So it's...
Well, no, we'll try.
Yeah. We need to know right now whether it's more akin to mithril or whether it's more brittle. And that's why the small piece being broken off is that That way, if it does shatter, it doesn't become many, many pieces that will enter your arms.
Right.
I really didn't expect to get all 4.
Honestly,
I think I broke the tip off a long time ago, but I'll try to break
I
the rest
suppose
off.
the percentage
The rest is
of alloy
stronger
was
than the
much
tip.
smaller than
It's
expected.
gonna try and pry it off.
That'd be the exact same as the first time you tried.
First time I've ever.
Yeah, it seems just as tough. It doesn't seem like it's changed at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
If then you attempt to channel mana into the gauntlets, like you would for a spell, or if you've ever used a focus like that, and then try. This might make it more brittle. In theory, it should. It's a device now, and it can be used. Previously.
Alright, try again.
I had to step away for a second, so I missed all the good stuff.
Go for it, I suppose.
Hey.
We're working the way up.
It's even harder to move this time.
Fuck. It's like it's more durable now.
What?
Were there any other inverse runes
Is it
on it?
possible? Well, no. Actually.
Yes, but on the other side of the connection.
Well, I would have asked if maybe that ghost guy that looked in the shackles missed one, but given that all of the enchantments worked, then clearly that's not possible, right? Unless... Do you think... Well, I don't know how alloys work, but could it be that it added to it instead of detracting? Because clearly it didn't detract from the mithril, right? So maybe he missed a rune and there's another rune in there? Or maybe more?
And, I mean, I suppose unless it's imbued mithril or something, which I've never heard of, but...
Well, I mean, mithril almost by its base nature
Right,
is
that-
effectively imbued. It's magical.
As a shorthand.
But,
Yeah.
Do we
shit, this makes no
know-
sense. How did it...
Do we know what the runes on the inside are?
3 of the 4.
Yes.
What were they?
Self-intake, something we don't know, reverse. The current working theory is that it's something about the physical attributes.
Yeah,
Either weight or its ability to resist elements or something like that.
But possibly a damage reversal.
I
think we've done this. I've recognized the
Not
reverse
with an
one.
inverse.
That was about it. I still don't recognize that other one.
You would just use power for that, which is what we inverted
The
to get this.
possibility that the one we don't know is preventing
Did channeling mana through it do anything beforehand?
magics.
Made it heavier.
Other enchantments, other
Does it not
spells.
now?
Any magic.
It would
Still does.
Okay. Well, that's...
Well, if it makes it heavier than his
There'd be
weight.
more there.
Yeah.
The other rune.
It's too complicated for us.
Well, that wouldn't make sense either, because it stops the whole inverse power, right? So it couldn't be weight, right? Weight wouldn't stop it from doing what you guys set out to do.
No, the power is strengthening the
I think it must not be
Yeah.
weight. But why...
Yeah.
Self-intake.
But why, when they put mana into it, would it become heavier?
Right, well, so... I mean, that's when she uses any mana, not just in the gauntlets. I think that part of it is a property of the gauntlets and not a property of the rune making, would be my guess. Because that doesn't make any sense, because that's not really how enchanted devices tend to work. They're not implicit.
What if it's something
They
else?
are, they're
Law, did they do anything else to you? Well, they also put your shackles on.
Told me to stick my hand in the tube and that was it.
Alright.
What if it's not weight, but density?
It
If it
could
becomes
be.
more dense, it'd still be harder to break.
But it doesn't... maybe? with mithril. Mithril is
be
not
an
a very
alternative
dense
version.
material, and it's stronger than steel.
But if you make the mithril
Fair.
denser through the enchantment,
Intensity. I've never heard of such a rune, but it's not
Throwing
one I
ideas at
recognize.
the wall at this point.
Mm.
Density could be directly related to either the strength rune, the weight rune, could be an alternative form of it, could be a new rune, that's why none of us recognize it.
Right, but it
Could be-
has to serve some purpose related to the thing that we're seeing and experiencing.
Correct,
Like,
but
there's no way the reverse on the initial slot is like doing a double negative with the second.
No, because it's connected as a
reverse.
second thing.
Yeah.
The second phrase should be distinct.
is, unless it isn't, hypothetically.
What do you mean?
Mithril can take many slots, and if the inverse is just sitting there alone, it could inverse the effects of every enchantment on there, theoretically, as part of an entire process. Perhaps they saw something like this coming. There's too many unknowns for me to give more of a concrete answer, but ideas at the wall, really.
Because even if it wasn't properly piggybacking on the mana intake, it should be making its baseline much, much more brittle, considering how many power we were able to stack on top of that. But it's not. Its baseline has not changed. And it's almost as if the inverse simply didn't take, but I felt it take. It used the mana.
Could the missing rune...
oh, sounds like things to write down. And possibly talk more about when it's not so late. It's a time when everyone should be relaxing for a bit and regaining their bearings. And perhaps seeing a show. It might put
I'm
your
sorry, Lo.
inspiration back up there.
You're just promoting, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely.
It's fine.
It's my job.
I don't know what I missed.
Oh,
But that doesn't make it untrue.
It's
still
alright.
true. Let's not talk about law as if they are a
I'm sure there's
magic
something I can get out of
experiment.
this.
Yeah.
We're talking about the manacles specifically, not law.
We'll keep
Frustrating that all.
Yeah, but still.
I appreciate that. Don't lose any sleep over it. though.
Perhaps
It's fine.
Perhaps it just takes time. Who knows?
Yeah, there we are.
Time will tell. We'll figure more out. We'll get around it.
Yeah, you're all very smart. I'm sure you'll figure it out.
You can always wait for another day.
If anything, while this presented more questions, at least you have something else to work on, right?
Oh man.
Maybe.
Maybe we'll visit wherever those manacles came from and find a pair not worn.
Maybe.
Yeah, that would be an option.
Or find the maker.
I did get
Well,
them
I
in
doubt
person.
that they'd
What the rune is.
Question.
I think I'm going to take my leave. Excuse me.
Of course.
Thanks for trying, Mia. It's
Can
okay.
I go with you?
I'll catch up with you later.
Well,
I want to think for a little bit.
Alright.
maybe next time.
Maybe.
We'll figure this out.
Yes, over at the end. It's the only place with a stage that I know of, unless there's another one people haven't told me about.
Do you have a time frame you intend to start soon? I can try to
Giant
inform
dragon.
people of an oncoming show.
Eat something.
Let's see it.
I suppose I can give it 15 minutes or so, let people finish up.
Oh.
Give me time to...
I really don't understand.
Mit bad said.
Hi.
Hi.
But I have the map still.
Mhm.
I'm thinking that could still work.
I really thought it would work. The inverse can't be affecting the previous runes. Because if they were, They were affecting the previous runes. Unless the weight thing isn't related, but how can it not be related? If the rune is about the thing, if it relates to the enchantments on the device, maybe it negates all enchantments while used? I don't know if that makes any sense.
I'm putting this away.
The performance starts in 10.
I might take a walk around.
Too much to do at the stage.
Fortunately,
So many
not.
lanterns to put
Magic in
off.
a steady hand can use a lot, do a lot.
Well, there are some lanterns from the outside. Suppose taking one or two wouldn't hurt.
This is true.
Aye, no problem.
That would be helpful.
Hi there, Mia. May I get anything to drink?
Just thinking. I'm okay.
Alright. If you need anything, the counter's open. Shaky right here.
Very important walkway. Right in the middle.
Oh, very true.
No, just thinking. I know where she is. Also, you're quiet.
Gotcha. Understood. Fair enough.
Or you were. Never mind.
Alright.
comes next, Mia? Probably comes next as you get confronted by Eli. That seems likely. He doesn't like that you helped, and he's going to blame you, and he's been pissed at you. He was clearly watching for a lot of that. But we're gonna keep our eyes peeled for him. What else? You still want to help Law? Well, I don't really care about Law. Should have worked, though. You're better than that. But Molly and all didn't care. And Molly cares, and so I care.
Even if the creation of their cycle was born through something of a feud.
I just realized that
He seems to have retreated at least. Or I've evaded him for now. How do we get those gauntlets off? I could make something that's strong enough to cut through them. Perhaps make something that's impossibly sharp to split through. How does metal get worked? I don't know. I don't know enough of that.
Go inside, I'll watch her.
I think that things is gonna start, right?
Oh yeah, probably, if it hasn't already.
Is she alright?
She's asleep.
Okay.
Hey. You can go and watch it for a minute.
Fine.
I got quite a lot of
finished your work today, didn't you?
Yeah. Some things didn't work out as planned, but I suppose most did, so yeah. Fuck, am I tired.
Heard about the cuffs thing, yes?
Unfortunate, but still fine.
I mean, I
guess
wasn't
you're used to
primary when
this stuff
working on
now.
it, but I mean, I did grow up in Orzammar. It's not my first time.
Did hear of that.
Should you need anything, I'm always there.
Still didn't think I would see a
Did you
non-dwarf person chug fire whiskey like that.
Before a recent spell?
No, not something we see at sea very often.
I mean,
Most say it
I think
just
of myself
burns
more
your
like a
taste
dwarf than a.
of.
Well,
Actually, that brings the question. It does mainly travel through red meat, so it's unlikely. You definitely got the skill of a dwarf. I'll tell that much.
Sounds likely.
Yeah, Geo was sitting there. I don't know
Is
if
that
it
the only reason?
So I mean,
Could potentially have some sort of
you could
adverse
pull the seat up.
effect
I mean,
against
I don't need to
salt,
pull the seat up.
salt water.
You could okay.
That would prevent it from infecting.
You don't get
freshwater
tired
fish.
doing that?
No.
No, I didn't spend a lot of my mana today.
I mean,
Are you
I mean,
using
flying
your
takes
low?
basically anything.
Low.
More
Yep.
so the
Yep.
idea, because salt has purifying aspects.
At this point, I'm gonna need you on stage
I
going
don't know about
forward to
the
get
whole
more light.
medical perspective on that, but
Yeah, but I
some
glow
If
like
any of
a...
later.
other perspectives.
I had to
You're not like
sandwich the
scared you're gonna
world.
fall on your ass or anything.
Fish eat meat from a
If
tainted
I was
cow,
dangerously low on
and
mana and
something else
using more of
eats
my
the
magic
fish,
today, I
and
would
we'll
be.
pass it on.
Potentially.
Oh. Luckily, the clinic's right there, so you know, if I break something, it's right there.
That's a very good business
At least
practice, you know.
wait about 10 minutes for that. Maybe a little less. I'll keep it short and sweet.
I did manage to find Imagine Jasper
having
all the way
clinic
up the farm next to
right
a
next
bar.
to a bar.
Oh.
Yeah, and the brawl that breaks out, you suddenly get Talking five to the new farmers. clients.
Ah,
Probably something about supply, yeah.
likely. Oh, right. Hello.
To see.
Someone open the door,
Unfortunate.
please.
Hmm.
Okay, thank you.
I do hear someone.
Okay.
Oh,
Right.
the little engineer is here.
I was told there was going to be onboard entertainment.
Yes.
Hello there.
Hopefully plenty going forward.
Okay, excellent. I'm occupying this seat.
And just so people know,
Fair enough.
if you need a refill, raise your hand. I'll come by and I'll give you a refill, just so we don't
Hi.
interrupt the show.
Yes, make sure to get plenty of
Make
those.
sure to drink water as well
I
this
don't
time.
have a cup, so.
Well, come on.
I'll bring
My
you some.
body
What do you need?
weight.
Again, remember, the more you drink, the better
your
the
weight
performance
in
is
alcohol
sound.
before.
Alright.
I'm built
That's just
different.
science.
I don't think I've ever
Well,
treated alcohol
you sure are
poisoning on a
built.
rodent.
I can't
Okay,
argue with that. Yeah, you sure are
It's gonna
built.
be
You sure
non-existent.
are built.
It probably just goes straight through.
Okay, well, but I still need that potion.
Thank you.
No, people haven't forgotten about
Hey,
that
no problem.
potion
Enjoy.
because I kind of need it.
I don't know which potion you mean. But that would be a question for the people selling the potions.
Meaning?
Yeah,
I
I
missed
was
it yet.
sat down with the
Mm.
potions,
Yeah.
and they said that they don't have the potions.
May I sit here?
Unfortunately, yes, the stage is not set up very well for audience to
Hopefully
look.
they'll learn how to make one in that case.
Suppose I have to
Oh,
turn this
yes,
way. I can do
look,
that.
it's no one knows how to make a potion
go.
of life extension or whatever.
Potentially.
Okay.
Life extension, infinite youth, something or whatever.
I unfortunately don't have the pleasure of being able to drink while doing this.
I don't need a lot.
Well,
A small lad.
that's quite advanced.
Yes, I'm
But-
aware, which is why I'm going to pay
I appreciate you all for
as
being
much
here.
as I possibly can.
Oh, the timing is unfortunate.
I've saved up for this. I know how
For
expensive
those of
it
you
is.
who don't know me, Magnolia the Magpie, New Ship's Entertainment.
Are you alright?
On this cruise of ours, I hope
Howdy, Phil.
to provide some amusement to you all. Especially when you're being a little bit low in your inspiration. I wouldn't call myself a bard per se, but I have the heart of one, quite literally.
Does that mean
Oh,
that
let's just get
he
to it,
ripped
shall we?
out the heart of someone and then just shoved it in there?
What are you sure you
said she had
want a drink?
The bard of a heart
Maybe
of a
you'd
bard.
be better. Yeah.
Okay. I'll shut
It's
up.
not
now.
literal.
I'll shut up.
I
I'll
don't
shut
think
up.
it's literal.
I'll shut up.
Yeah.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up. Picking up, where is my drink?
God, oh fuck.
Want some?
Yeah.
Here you go. Short hands. Oh. You can do it. I can't reach any further.
Why don't you do
No. Watch out, it might be
like some other
bit tough.
And feel every individual hair on my back. There's a lot of hairs on my back.
You're sitting there and wondering what it's all about. You ain't got no silver, they will put you out. Why don't you do right like some other man do? Get out of here and get me some honor too. Get out of here and get me some mana too. Why don't you do right like some other man do?
Yeah.
That's it.
That was
Thank
fucking
you all
great.
so much.
That was lovely.
We'll keep it easy for tonight, shall we?
Did you like it, Sprout?
That's quite
Oh,
something.
it just couldn't be like that, I see. Come back here.
Oh, okay, right again.
Yeah, you should probably give it the rest here.
Yeah, here you go, right
Mm, yeah.
Right.
Make sure to drink quite a bit.
Have a good night.
Going to see anything from you, Jasper?
Have a good night.
Good night.
Anyways, yes. So,
Good of you.
big events. What have I missed out on?
Bard can perform on the fly.
Big stuff.
I need to.
Yes,
I'll be right back.
That's what I was asking about.
Well, today there were two things I'm familiar with.
I forgot my.
An attempt at breaking the cuffs of this one law.
Oh,
And
right,
the other
yeah.
one.
Back in a moment.
What is it?
And actually,
over here.
Gideon is back.
I didn't know he was gone.
Fair enough. He's
Wait,
been,
I mean, what happened?
he's been a bit ill for a few weeks now. It went pretty much. He's pretty much gone by now, and he's on his legs again.
Oh,
Pretty
okay.
tough.
I mean,
Having advanced age and all that.
well, yeah, okay. Wait, if he's also more of an advanced stage, do you think he'd also be interested in getting someone to make a potion of life extension?
Hmm.
I do enjoy it.
Maybe. I mean,
Okay,
I'm pretty sure yes, but
Quite intoxicating in a similar way.
he might not have the funds that you have. Might have not
Okay,
prepared for such an eventuality.
Okay, do you know how much I have saved up for this? Like, do you actually know?
Assuming in the tens of gold coins.
I can help you get drunk. Then I suppose that's what you need.
Bit more than that. How many
hundreds?
points do you think?
I would assume more than 50 gold.
Yeah, I've saved a lot. And that is all going to whoever can make me that potion.
Okay. Huh.
It's been a while.
I would imagine if Gideon was also interested, he maybe
Baku. I appreciate it.
they could produce some of their connections, maybe, to get somebody to work on that as well. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, well, see, look, I am... The reason is, and I think I've said it to a few people, but I think I'm running out of time. So, that's kind of why I want the potion.
No, you look fine. What do you mean?
Well, what do you... Well, yeah, that's kind of the whole... This is... Look, there is a reason why I know this potion can be made.
Enhances the experience of everything. I don't know if it's even for one, but tends to be.
And that, I've been told, is going to last me, what, 50 years or so?
Right.
And, well, I think it's been about 50 years. So, yeah,
Oh, bother.
Short for me, but then again.
Yeah, I'm 57.
Ratkin live. And Ratkin live? What is it? 15 years?
I live 7. Our lots live 7.
I've only managed to get one of his.
Well,
I'm told there's only been one.
I mean, okay, granted, not too many get to reach old age. It's usually industrial accidents, but you know.
are you sure you're not just immortal? Maybe you're just
Okay,
gonna
look.
live.
Okay,
Are you feeling
okay.
old? Do you
I
feel like
have
old
already
freaking...
outlived 4 or 5 generations of my kin. I just... It's... I'm... Okay.
That does
It's... Yeah. Yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, if you've seen like a bunch of your family's children grow old, have their own children, die, have more children, die, etc, etc, etc. And once you've seen that a few times, it's sort of like a bit, yeah, it's, so, yeah, that's kind of why I can't really stand being back home anymore. Oh yeah, no, I don't have children. Side effect. Yeah, no, it's a kind of a, it's kind of a bit of a spicy deal. Is that, I mean, one, it makes you live way longer, but at the cost
I think I'll be taking off
that
shortly
you
as
can't
well.
have, you can't give life yourself,
Not that big of a
so to speak.
Are you hiding it?
Turning in.
A little.
Turning in.
Ah,
Thank you for your patronage.
we only have two alchemists on the ship currently.
Yeah, and all of
Like
them.
I
Sounds like it's CY, but I didn't expect it to be different here.
Hey, she's pretty good with names. Takes her a couple of times and then she gets it
Have
done.
you talked to
Or at
both
least I
of them
expected
already?
Evening, my lord. May I
Oh,
get you
yes,
something?
I think I talked to them both about trying to...
Yeah,
Some
that's a good
some
one.
dwarves I wouldn't give.
You want me to help you?
Water on it.
I'm gonna be honest, my spine is longer
Great.
than I fall over.
This is
It's
clean.
okay, I can be high enough for the
Go ahead and
both
put it
of
on the
us.
counter. We'll get to
Oh,
it.
come on, it's a good idea.
Thank you for your
Hey,
patronage.
Lily.
I'm not
I
an
don't think making a
alchemist. I don't know
giant,
magic.
a big fountain into a cauldron is a good idea.
Bulk batches.
Yeah, but it's out in the open.
It's
And in the middle.
Yeah, no, but it's got a dome. Okay, it's got a dome from most of the elements, like it's from the outside ether.
Moonstone. You alright?
We can go back inside if you'd like.
Do you want to be back in there? Or would you rather be out here?
Doesn't matter.
How about we go to our spot?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
finisher. Immediately. Dead.
Is there something bothering you?
What?
Is there something bothering you?
I don't know why it didn't work.
Mm.
It should have worked.
There are some unknown variables at play.
There are always unknown variables. But I wasn't good enough to deal with them.
And neither was Gideon, or Leto, or anyone else there that was working with you.
Gideon doesn't have to be.
Tomorrow, you can reconvene with this new information that you guys have.
I don't know whether to tell her about the dreams, but I don't know what's going on with them. I can't imagine Almet is with me. And
Is there anything that I can do to help?
No. No, there's nothing.
Not even with the thoughts playing in your mind.
You can't do anything for those. Today was just a demonstration.
A demonstration of what?
My incompetence. What if I can't do it?
And what if you can't? I don't think what happened today was due to incompetence.
Then what was it?
Something outside of your expertise. And something new. Maybe. That you haven't really faced before. You said it was just a theory that it would work. Not that it would. It was a trial.
It should have
And error happened. In theory.
There were variables, but none of them should have done this. This whole place is just
Maybe
full of
there is some
variables.
unknown variable.
This whole place. Everything. Kalypsia. I should know where to begin, and I just don't.
I'm also lost. What to do?
You have Alden.
He's not much help.
You have forever.
I think he's just as confused as I am. I do. But what does forever have to do with right now?
There's no such thing. Not just about law. Everything has a point. Everything has a purpose. I'm supposed to be able to see, I don't even know the problem. Apparently more people are having dreams again.
while we're here. But we haven't really gotten any answers. I'm sorry that I cannot be of more help to you.
Okay. I am glad
But
you're
you do
here.
have me.
I've missed you.
And I have missed you. I am sorry that I was sick.
I was too. It's not your fault.
Still. I have missed looking at the stars like this.
What is it?
I miss you. That is all. I am. What's the word? I'm taking you all in, I suppose. Being with you again. As lovely as the stars are. I prefer your... I prefer your stars.
Are you just trying to make me feel better?
Is it working?
A little.
I'm glad. I prefer seeing you smile and be sad. I don't want you to be sad for too long about this. And if I can take it away even a little bit, I will.
You do.
I'm glad.
I feel better when I'm with you.
Mm. I'm glad.
Hmm? What?
I'm glad. Sorry. Was that too sudden?
It's okay.
Mm. Sorry. I really wanted to.
It's alright.
Mm. I should have asked beforehand.
You don't have to.
My apologies. Mm.
Okay. I was just, I don't know.
I'm cut off guard.
Not an unpleasant surprise.
No. I did have to get you back. And return the favor. You surprised me with that one.
I don't really know what came over me.
I liked it.
I'm glad.
Mm. And how was work at the library?
It feels like a long time ago.
It was just earlier this day.
It was okay. Largely uneventful.
Mm.
Barnabas is looking for a book on some sort of stone creature. I gave him a bestiary that has some dwarven creatures in it. I figure that's about as good as I know of.
Mm.
Elve came by. I still don't really know what to make of her.
Mm. She is strange. Mm. A bit stalkerish.
Hmm. I think there was someone else, but I can't remember who. Doesn't matter.
Mm.
How was your day?
Mm. A lot of Chickogriff herding. They kept on. So the Chickogriffs are very smart. They would come up to the edge of the fence, and one would stand next to it, and the other would vault over that one.
Hmm.
Then they try to pull the other one over the fence.
Sounds
I
like you
needed
need
to
a
work
better
on the
fence.
fence.
Mm.
Yes. So,
Well, I saw you were teaching Sprout to
another
get them
day
back
with
where they
Law
belong.
and Leto.
Mm.
Mm. She's going to be working on the farm. She is learning. Mm. It will be useful to not have to use my magic constantly on the Chickogriffs. I can only keep them in the pen so long with it.
Mm. That's fair.
Mm. Might have told some people that my magic was just light magic. To get the Chickogriffs to follow me. With ooh, shiny light.
There's some doubt about that.
Though to be fair, they made the assumption that it was light. I just said yes. Mm.
Someone was here.
They might have been walking by. Whoever it was, they're gone now. go check the farmhouse just in case. I'm gonna go check the farmhouse just in case.
Okay.
No worries. Just look it around. Sorry.
Well, I'm glad I checked the farmhouse.
You know what that was about?
What is that? Oh, he's walking away now.
Not sure.
He doesn't do anything to the lock, right? What he was trying to do.
Everything's okay?
No, even if they did break in, they'd get a face full of law.
Did you want to stay here tonight?
I have been recently, but I'm fine with staying with you.
Obviously, if you're still recovering.
It is not like this
whatever.
house isn't protected.
Okay.
There are still people inside, no matter what. Are they chasing after?
Yeah.
Wait.
There.
What?
Are they breaking into houses?
What is the train?
He just tried to break into the farm. I'm gonna go make sure the Chico Crisps are alright.
Go up to find anyone that is also a part of us. Collect them and tell them what is happening. We have confirmation and it's not just a rumor anymore. My apologies if we interrupted anything.
It's fine. We think he was eavesdropping on. Well, I think he was eavesdropping on us, and he seemed to be trying to break
do
into
not
the
doubt
farm.
He's been doing that for multiple houses now, along with the emissary.
Got it.
Do you know what emissary that the emissary is for? I only recently learned that it even was on the ship.
No.
Hmm. I'll be camping out around the forest for the night, if we can call the farm that. All signs point to it calling that area its home.
Oh, great.
Can you see in the dark?
I'll have to let Alden-in-law know.
I assume not from
No,
the
I
lantern.
cannot.
I have night vision potion. It's good for about 10 minutes. 15 maybe.
Thank you.
Everything alright at the farm?
Just some startled Chicogris from all the
Okay.
running around through the pen. Well, I'm not too worried about it. And the farm. I have Alden and Law and me all living there. So it's gonna get a rude awakening at one point. Trying to do that again if it does.
He looks like a person.
It said some sort of words, but it was so garbled.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand it. What in the world?
There's someone up there. I can't tell.
I believe so. That might just be a dark spot. If it is someone, they are. I think that was someone. Just moved. What is that? None of our business, I'm sure.
Okay. We go back to the eye.
Would you like me to go with you?
Up to you. You're always welcome, of course. But if you want to stay at the farm and keep an eye on things, then I'll wish you a good night.
Alden-in-law are there. Both. So. They will guard it. And plus, I will return later. So. It is not as if I will not be at the farmhouse all night.
If they're there now, I didn't realize they were there now.
They are. They are sleeping. Or at least I know for a fact Alden is. Because he said goodnight.
That's true. Must have been sudden. Sorry, I can't. Well,
You are fine. Being on edge is perfectly understandable with someone that's trying to break into places.
Hello. I hope the evening finds you both well.
I think you both missed
You
the
as
show,
well.
unfortunately.
Oh no, we were there. A little.
were you?
Did you see it again?
I think so.
I saw something move that way.
Over there?
Mm.
Goblin thief.
Yes, I was trying to break into the farm. Little did we know all the was currently inside.
I walked past it once trying to break in the embassy already. Apparently it's tried multiple times.
It's over there. It went that way. It went that way. It was on top of the rocks there.
To be honest, I don't particularly care to chase it. Not touching my things, I don't really care.
I don't like things wandering around in the dark listening in on me. Stop! Where did it go?
Everything alright?
I lost track of it over here.
Did it go down into the tunnels?
I've not ever been down there.
I wouldn't be surprised if I found it.
The hell?
Be careful. Don't see it.
What is
Unless I went
this?
further in. This is what I found pretty early on. This is where a crime scene happened.
I see.
The tents over there were burned and had bullet holes in them. And
I
there
see.
are papers of some sort of deal that happened.
Maybe we can go up top and shift something heavy on top of the trapdoor.
The Sentinels come down here too often for that to work.
For the night, we can tell them.
Maybe. I come down here every so often to see if anything's changed. You want me to help you out?
I got it. I'm pretty good at jumping. If not exactly the fastest
good.
sprinter.
Those things are fast. I was face to face with it, and it just vanished.
Did they get it got away?
We don't know where it went.
Did you manage to strike it at all?
No.
I attempted to, as well, when I saw it, when I was over there. It just
Fine.
vanished. It was so fast.
If you manage to make it bleed or get a tat or something, let me know.
Okay.
Other than that, honestly, as long as it's not touching my shit, whatever. Travel armed, I suppose, but I think obviously you both do probably fine in that regard.
Thank you for the attempt.
Yes.
If not, you can probably, wave a hand and make it fall
It was a
asleep or
nuisance,
whatever.
and it did try to break into the farmhouse, so
They're chasing it
I
over
don't take
there.
too kindly to that.
Likewise,
Again-
it's been attempting to break into the embassy.
If you find any, we'll say, piece of it, let me know.
Okay.
Well, it is over there, so maybe we can join in on the chase.
I'm at least walking in that direction, but I don't think I'm going to get involved.
Do you want to?
I'm always down. For a little tussle.
But do you want to?
Yes.
Okay. Then let's go.
You don't have to as well. Unless you want to as well.
Seems they're not on the chase anymore, I suppose.
Apologies. Yes.
Oh, you got it!
The rat.
We are bringing him into the Sentinel area. We are
Perfect. Honestly, better you guys than us.
Have a good night.
You too.
You as well, Sen.
Well, I'm glad to see it. Now I don't have to stand outside all night.
Fair enough. Well, there we go. And
I'm
no
pretty
blood
sure
on
I'd
our
lose
hands.
either my job or my head if Faven awoke to a goblin standing over him in the middle of the night.
God, imagine that though. I mean, I'd shit myself just full out. Like, I don't know. It'd be that and then I'd be covered in blood.
Good night, you
Two-step
both.
progress.
Good night.
Could be something.
Sleep well.
Alright, take care.
Good evening.
Good. And what were you doing?
You alright?
Okay. I'm okay. Thank you, Molly.
And for what?
For being here.
I do have a lot of time to be here.
Still.
I like being by your side. Oh, unfortunate. I don't have a book. I guess I'll just have to watch you the whole night.
Um.
Mm.